Of course, body reading staff and all the students on behalf of the Department of Computer Science, Sharma College, Kokomo. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here.
I would now take the pleasure to welcome Professor Tapal Gandhi, our first resource person of today. Dr. Tapal Gandhi is currently working as an associate professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, and adjunct faculty in the School of AI and Data Science, IIT Jodhpur. He is also a research affiliate to MIT USA. I would now request our teacher in charge, Dr. Jaya Gera, to come forward and present a token of appreciation to Professor Tapal Gandhi. I extend a gracious and effusive welcome to Professor Tapal Gandhi. Dr. Gandhi is currently working as an associate professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, and adjunct faculty in the School of AI and Data Science, IIT Jodhpur. He is also a research affiliate to MIT USA. He received his PhD fellowship from MIT USA and obtained his PhD in biomedical engineering from IIT Delhi. Following his PhD, he has spent a couple of years as postdoctoral research scientist at MIT USA. Dr. Gandhi has worked as an inspired faculty in the Engineering and Technology Academy of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. During this 5 years of tenure, he has been awarded as the Excellent Inspired Faculty by DSP, Government of India. His research expertise spans from computational neuroscience, brain imaging, assisted technology, biomedical instrumentation, machine learning, cognitive computing to artificial intelligence. He has published papers in top-ranking journals like Nature, PNAS, Current Biology, PIOS Biology, IEEE Transactions. He has more than 150 publications in international journals and conference proceedings. He is PI and co-PI of nearly INR 40 crore funded projects from industry as well as Government of India organizations. He has received many awards in India, including one from ex-President Dr. Kalam, and abroad for his academic excellence and groundbreaking research. His research work includes not only publishing top-notch journals, but also appeared in most popular presses, including Time Magazine, Boston Globe, New York Times, MIT News, Harvard News, Wall Street Journal, and also in Science Magazine. Dr. Gandhi's work was selected as the cover page to Science Magazine in 2015. He has delivered many invited talks in national as well as international universities like MGH, Harvard University, Yale University, MIT, Copenhagen University, University of Groningen. He is one of the international members in European Union Joint projects on vision sciences and collaborated in many international projects. He has 3 patents and 3 technologies transferred to the Ministry of Social Justice, Government of India. He is serving as an expert member in various research committees in Government of India, UNESCO, as well as reviewers in many journals like IEEE, Elsevier, and Springer, etc. He has also received Platinum Jubilee Young Scientist Award in 2015 by the National Academy of Science in India and GYTI 2019 Award. Presently, he is the chairperson of Project Prakash Charitable Trust that helps in restoration of vision and is providing education to visually impaired in India. I would now request Professor Gandhi to address the participants of the topic Science of Intelligence is the precursor of advancing AI. Sir.
देख रहा हूँ, देख रहा हूँ।
चलो let's start. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank definitely Dr. Jaya, who contacted me, and actually since last 2 years, she always, she will tell that you have to come to my college. Then I promise her that yes, I'll definitely come to your college. And all the organizers, I mean those who are organizing and the student of this college, for giving me a chance to share some of the interesting ideas in the domain of AI, right? So first of all, I would like to tell you very simple thing that definitely yesterday you must have attended some of the talks on AI, and today also you will attend many talks, very interesting talk, right? And I promise that I'm not going to talk very high-fi things which will just I mean go above your head. जैसे होता है ना, हम इस सोचते कि देखो ये टॉक ऐसे था, सारे ऊपर ऊपर चला गया. I'll make sure that I'm not going to do this kind of things, right? Always, whenever I deliver talk, I always feel that I am one of the participants or those who are listening to me, right? Because we all are not expert in everything. Okay. So first of all, coming to this topic, science of intelligence is the precursor for advancing AI. And I know that mostly the talks what you learn or listen here, not only here, many places, everybody will talk about AI, right? And AI is one kind of buzzword. Even in IIT Delhi, many of my students, those who are BTech or MTech, they come to me, they ask me, sir, can I do some projects in AI, right? And I understand. And also in the same time, the companies that you come to IIT to hire the students, they give the highest package. You must have seen the TV or news channel, the crore of rupees package, right? But the biggest problem is here. What is the biggest problem? I'm coming to the problem. First of all, let me ask you a few questions. If I'll ask you, have you seen any AI system? Show me your hand. Don't think that I'm a teacher, right? Just feel that I'm your friend, and then you can ask me, you can debate with me. And please, one thing I would like to tell you: science and technology is based on debate or logic. It is not based on, let's say, if one teacher is telling, we have to accept it, or we should not debate on it. Please don't do like this. If you are doing science and engineering, please debate with your faculty, debate with your teacher, debate with your seniors, debate with your friends. That why this is happening. And if you continue doing this, then definitely you will do wonders in the domain of science and technology, right? So that's why I asked you that how many of you have seen AI system? सो भी है हाँ हाथ ऊपर देखो दिस इज वन काइंड ऑफ डिजिटल इधर 0 और 1 राइट हाँ okay then rest of you have not seen AI you have seen okay how many of you have heard the word AI all of you very good you ask me that have you seen any AI system I'll say my answer will be and he asked me when you think that you will be able to see any AI system most probably my answer would be maybe down the timeline 30 years 40 years most probably I will be able to see the AI system right so you must be thinking that where all these AI systems are available like Alexa like Sophia like Siri right how come I am telling that I have never seen AI right so here coming to this point so that's why it's very very important to understand what do we mean by AI मेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा है
कम जा रहा
मैडम मेरे सुने कि मेरा आवाज इतना लाउड है so you can hear even from the entrance of your college okay now you can hear me okay very good so coming to the AI right so do you know where this AI the word was coined around 1950s I think 54 or something like that some scientists in a conference just like a seminar over here so world conference in Dartmouth College in US it's not a very big college Dartmouth is a small college so there they discussed about the future of computer science then one word came up that can we create this kind of AI system AI means that can we give some kind of intelligence to a machine and then the machine will behave just like a natural intelligence and will call this AI okay and this is the word that I was coined that time 50 I mean more than 60 70 years back and today we are getting some flavor of AI right and what we have done until now we have done let's say this is a machine okay I have given some kind of intelligence to this machine from where I got the intelligence I got this intelligence from the nature maybe some creature maybe human being you know that all this natural I mean all this entity from the ant to the human being all have certain kind of intelligence and we try to understand this intelligence and we give this intelligence to the machine just like you know Alexa right what Alexa does in the morning you say hi Alexa good morning Alexa will say good morning to you and also many different things it will ask you would you like to hear some kind of jokes or something like that or would you like to hear song so these are the ways the Alexa is being trained right but Alexa can do certain tasks but not everything right just you imagine yourself if I'll give a new task I mean completely new task but as a human being at least you will try to do in some way but the machine cannot do that means all this application what you are calling these are the AI systems these are not real AI these are called restricted AI right so these are not real AI so you need to write see I'm going to tell you the story don't write anything try to understand people even I mean when I was student always you know right don't do like this people understand right that will help you out your life right so try to understand the concept and stop me जहां समझ में नहीं आ रहा है stop me because I will try to convince you in a very simplistic way right all this thing let me give another example you know the driverless car is coming driverless car is again AI system and all these big companies Tesla Amazon all these big companies are working on it even in US also we have some driverless car just imagine will the driverless car will work in India most probably no right X situation okay let me give two situations you must have seen in Indian roads many times we have seen that people drive in the wrong way right but let's say if I'm a human driver I can avoid the obstacle I can easily drive or avoid the collision right but we think that the driverless car will avoid I mean many times it will I mean yes Or also in another condition, I'm telling you, on the highway, people cross randomly on the path, right? In US, mostly they're all rule based. They follow the rules, right? And in those conditions, this car will work. But in the condition like India condition, it's very difficult. Let me give you another example. Is a red light होता है ना? Let's say I'm coming from the other direction and there is a huge red light after let's say 100 or 200 meters. So what I do generally, let's say if I'm driving, I'll see how many cars are in front of me, and I can see that the clock timer, right? 30, 29, 28 coming down like this, right? So what I'll do, all of a sudden my brain will start thinking, okay, how many cars are there in front of me? What is my speed? Itna sa baki hai. Can I accelerate a little bit so that I can jump the red light, right? This is what we do. Just imagine in a fraction of a second, how many different things work in your brain, right? This is actually the real intelligence, how our brain works. So the question is, do we understand the mechanism of how our brain works? And if we understand this mechanism, then most probably we can create the machine out of it, which will call the artificial intelligence. That's why the word is artificial intelligence, because artificially we are making the system intelligent to do the job just like a human being, right? This is called the artificial intelligence. I hope you were clear about this idea, right? So that's why it's very important to understand the science of intelligence. So here, I know that today morning, talk was in the morning and scheduled in the morning time. So in the morning, when you get up from your bed and when you see this beautiful world, when you hear the beautiful noise, not noise, the sound of your, let's say, parents or your friends or the birds singing the song, you feel very good, right? Nature is beautiful, right? Just imagine you. So next day you wake up and you found, the scenery which you are able to see, but today you are not able to see anything. All dark or all white. How will you feel? Just imagine. Now, today you can see. Tomorrow, today when you wake up, you see, oh my God, I cannot see anything. How will you feel? Huh? Right? Something happened. मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, मेरा eye काम नहीं कर रहा है, something, right? So the question is, just think about it. This is actually research comes from this kind of ideas. Just think about it. That how we recognize this, or how we see this beautiful world. This is the first question should come to our mind. Or how we recognize the voice of a person, or how we feel that Lata Mangeshkar, the way he sings is really, melodious, right? What are the mechanisms? So this is the most important thing we need to understand, right? So let's say when you see this flower, you can see this is really beautiful flower, right? People ask you, this is a flower, this is a microphone, right? But the question is, how you see that this is a microphone and this is a flower? Do you have the answer? And I believe that all of you are from the science background, or if you are not also from the science background, you must have studied science in your school, right? What we see, these are nothing but rays of light. यही है ना? ये rays of light it will enter into your eye and इसी के अंदर कुछ magic हो जाता है, right? And then we see that this is a microphone and this is a flower. We understand how all this remarkable job is happening in our life, right? So the rays is entering to our eye, and I say, then it will go to the brain, and brain and the pathway, they create all these mysterious things which help us to see that the flower is beautiful, or this is flower, this is microphone, and all this, right? Next. All right. Okay, so this is what I'm showing you here. You can see here, the person is, this is the apple, right? When you see the apple, this is the eye, right? The ray of light is entering the eye, and this is cornea, this is retina, and it is entering, and then there is a pathway, optical nerve, which brings the information to this point called the lateral geniculate nucleus, and then it's getting the brain. This is the part of the brain, the big part. This is the part which helps us in understanding all this kind of visual things. let's say if I'm talking about the auditory signal, then definitely this area, auditory, this area, right? So as I'm talking about the vision, then this area of the brain responsible for the vision. So this is how it enters, and they create all this interesting orchestra in the life, right? Oh, okay. So here, this is one application of computer vision I'm showing you. You know, computer vision is also the application of the AI, right? So in today's talk, I'll not go towards the robotics. I'll just focus on the computer vision kind of option. So here, actually, what you can see, okay, that's it's not playing properly. I don't know why. We have given some knowledge to the camera, and camera will detect that who is passing on the road. It will detect the car, or even some person if it's going, it can tell, oh, this person is moving, right? And this is the knowledge from where we got. Let's say if I'm an observer, let's say the camera you must have seen on the digital everywhere is this camera, right? So camera is just like my eye, and if I'll stand there and I'll see which car is passing in front of me or who is the person, right? Definitely, I mean, for a human, it's very difficult because we easily get tired. But if you give this job to a camera, then most probably the camera also do the similar kind of job what the human can do, and the camera will not get tired, right? And this is what we do, and we give this kind of knowledge to the machine to detect the person. So this is one computer vision application I have given to you. In the second slide, okay, here it's a very interesting thing I'm showing you here. So those who are blind, actually, though in my lab we do many different kind of research, but blindness is one of very interesting project what my lab is involved with. We work on the blind children. We respond to the blind, and then we do many different kind of research. So that's why I mean I'm just showing you one very interesting aspect. You know, the blind who are born blind, many scientists are working to create some kind of AI kind of gadget, or we can say the bionic arm or prosthesis, visual prosthesis. Using this kind of glass, the blind can see what they cannot see earlier, right? So this is he's a scientist, and they developed this kind of bionic eye, and this person is telling that I'm very happy because today I can see my wife. But the reality is that actually he's not able to see his wife. Only what you can see is the contour of the white, some dark or white, because of some kind of contour. Yeah, somebody is here. But still, he's happy because this is the job of the assistive technology. So it will not give you all the ability, but at least it will assist, right? So here the question is, when the whole world is working to develop this kind of gadget or prosthetic eye, why we are not able to create the gadget which can give us the vision the way we, let's say, the way I see is white. Just using this gadget, why this person is not able to see, right? So in many years, last more than 20 years, all the top-notch universities, MIT, Stanford, Harvard, Berkeley, they are doing this, but still there is no very big success. So there are many devices coming up, but not big. Why? Because until now, we don't understand how all this information which is going inside our eye, how that information gets processed, all the channel from eye to the brain, and then we finally see. If we can understand this mechanism, most probably we can create this kind of gadget, and when the person will use this gadget, they can see clearly, right? So that's why now you are convinced that why science is most important. That's why you must have seen all scientists get notified, all technologists, right? And science is very simple, but the science gives rise to new technology. Okay, science is simple, as well as difficult. So you know, maybe many of you are thinking about what do you mean by research, right? When I ask them that what you are planning to be, and I hardly get the answer, I want to be a scientist, because they feel that scientists are very crazy people. They work in the lab. They're made kind of. So when I just picture them, right? But it's not like that, right? So science, I mean, if you do science, you try to understand the history of this universe. You try to create a new thing, right? Whatever you see, I mean, we know that this smartphone which we are using, maybe this computer, that computer. But these are the, I mean, invention done by the scientists, right? And some company, they are selling it. So, yeah, after that. Yes. So here, this is the pathway, this is the eye, and this is the fiber, nerve fiber is coming, and then there is some processor, means what you see in the right eye, it goes to both this side as well as this side. As well as the left side eye also gives the information this side, then there is some kind of radiations through which it comes to the brain, and then from the brain it processed, and this is the brain picture. So I am showing from the bottom side, side and let's say the information come here, 17 area, then it will pass to the different visual area. And this is how the information I am just showing you in a very not simple way. And the information being processed, and then you see what we see today, right? So here, again, I'm just bringing this very, one kind of black hole, which is one of the hottest word nowadays, so the deep neural network. You heard this word? जिन लोगों ने AI में काम करते हैं ना, आजकल, if you ask, so actually this is very interesting. When I go to different places, when I ask what kind of, many people says that when I ask that what kind of research you are doing, or when I get and say, oh, we are doing research in the AI, right? Sometimes I feel, really there, how come, what kind of research in the AI they are doing, right? But interestingly, if you ask anybody, see, okay, just tell me for this kind of problem, how many layers I'll select. So these are actually what happens, these are different kind of layers. In the deep neural network or artificial neural network, we have certain layers. And we train these layers to understand or to recognize something so that it will do our job, right? But if you ask somebody how many layers you will select, you will not get concrete answer. Even the expert, the best expert, even you will try this, whatever I'm telling in the next session, right? Everybody will talk about AI. He said, for this problem, how many layers you will select? You will not get the concrete answer. Why? Nobody will give. Why? Because we don't know how many layers are there. That's why scientists are always very clever, right? They are given the name deep neural network. You never know how deep it is. 20 feet, 40 feet, yeah, 100 feet. You never know. Deep, right? So it's up to you. Kitna deep aap log banaoge, right? And from where this understanding came? This understanding came from you. From you means from here, right? So this deep neural network, what you see today, this is a mathematical model of how the brain, or the neurons in the brain, they work. So when I was student, that time, many years back, that time, artificial neural network, if you know artificial neural network, people are telling, oh my God, he is the expert in AI. And in today's world, this artificial neural network is already in a museum, right? Uska usually one kind of name, right? Because today we are with this deep neural network. Why? Because as we are moving forward to understand how the brain is working, then scientists found that in the brain there is not only 2-3 layers of neurons are working, but rather than that we are having many layers of neurons which are processing a certain kind of information in each and every stage. That's why they came up with this idea called all this layer. One layer will work on the edges, another layer will be maybe some parts, some layer will be with the special frequency, something like that. And finally, it will get trained, and then finally it will help us to understand any kind of object, right? This is what is being done. But the truth, yes. But the truth, you can see here, this is the biological neuron, and this is the artificial neuron, right? This is the actual real intelligence, right? It sees how complicated the structure is, and each and every fraction of second they change the connection. These connections we have neuron के अंदर, they are not very permanent. Each and every second they are changing. Just now I am holding his hand. Hey, within 15 minutes I'll hold his hand. Then he like this, and they organize all these things. But our this artificial neuron is not like that, right? Then how come we can tell that this is the replica of the real neuron? So maybe today we don't know how to make it, but down the timeline, 20 or 30 years down the timeline, it's possible, right? So that's why I mentioned that most probably today there is no AI system. I mean, according to me, don't quote in a very general context. So whenever tell कि okay, ये कोई IIT दिल्ली से आया था, उन्होंने बताया था कि उनके accordingly उन्होंने AI नहीं देखा, right? And but it's possible. Again, I'm telling you, it's possible. Not now, maybe down the time, in 30 years, 40 years down the time, we will be able to study AI. Okay. So you got the idea about the AI. So even when I was a student like you, when I doing research, and that time also one thing came to my mind. Actually, I was working on to develop some kind of technology for the disabled people, right? And when I developed this technology for the disabled people, and when I used to go to test those gadgets in the hospital, that time I used to think, let's say he is a disabled person, I mean, he completely normal, but let's say, imagine, right? And I have developed a technology, this is a technology, he cannot walk, he cannot talk, he cannot do anything, right? And just if I'll give this technology to him, he can do his work independently. Even though he is not able to speak, but using this one, he can speak. Though he is not able to walk, he can do everything using this device, right? And definitely, if you go to the hospital, the patient would be very, very happy if somebody has done or developed this kind of thing. But I was not really very happy because as an inventor, मुझे पता था मेरा लक्ष्य क्या है, राइट? लक्ष्य क्या है? ना ये डिवाइस को उनको सीखना पड़ेगा कि कैसे यूज करना है, राइट? Let's say if you will not learn how to use it, most probably you cannot make use of it, right? So one thing came to my mind, I mean, many years back, is it possible? Can I make my device, this device, intelligent, so that it will understand what is its need and accordingly it will behave, right? आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कभी-कभी, I mean, if you are ill and you are in your home and maybe you are feeling hungry and all of a sudden you see your mom will come with some food or drink. So, oh my God, how did you know that I am feeling hungry? ऐसा होता है ना? ऐसा होता है. तो ये तो behavior intelligence. So when you talk about the intelligence, this is not about the ये बहुत कुछ है. जैसे I'm standing here, but still I can feel around me, right? Okay, some chairs, somebody sitting there or something is behind me. So these are the perception of the awareness what we have. We don't know that how we are able to do this. So you must have heard consciousness, what called consciousness, right? And the consciousness is also very important part of artificial intelligence. But we don't know from where it's coming, right? And that's why we are really very, very far from the artificial intelligence part, right? We are even not closer to that domain, right? Okay. This picture I'm showing you very okay, sad kind of picture. So ये जो मैं device की बात कर रहा था, that time I thought that's how I can make my device intelligent, right? So then I started doing some kind of research and I talked to many scientists in India कि कैसे मैं इसको intelligent बना सकता हूँ. And that time also, 15-20 years back also, many people told me you have to understand, you have to do or understand artificial intelligence. और मैंने artificial intelligence पढ़ाई शुरू किया. फिर देखा ये कुछ नहीं, ये artificial कुछ है ही नहीं. How I'll make it? And slowly when I started moving in this domain, then I end up with another interesting area called the neuroscience. I thought that सबसे intelligent world में है.
Artificial intelligence, but I'm not clear about the word intelligence. Like some people are quick to respond, some people take more time to respond.
Yeah, basic intelligence की बात कर रहा हूँ.
The neuron structure is the same.
हाँ.
Why is that?
Depends. It depends on many factors.
And when you are doing research on artificial intelligence, which intelligence are you considering?
I'm talking about the real intelligence. जो आप यही कह रहे हैं.
Neuroscience.
Yes, neuroscience.
Why the difference in neuroscience? Two brains having the
Oh,
same
okay.
structure.
We all are having, I mean, ये सबका brain है, and all are having.
Because we possibly inculcate
Right.
intelligence in ourselves as well as students. So
Ah.
that they're quick to respond, we can understand.
Yeah, it depends on how the neurons are talking to each other in your brain. In all of our brain, they don't collaborate, I mean, equally inside the brain. I hope they
Yes,
make.
sir, that is what I meant. Why
Yeah.
it doesn't do that?
Why? It's not
Do we
saying.
have any reason why they don't react equally in the same manner in all the different?
Oh, because actually it depends on many different factors. It depends on the number of neurons, the number of synapses connections they make.
It changes.
Yes. It changes. That's why you all are different, right? Even let's say you are good in math, maybe I don't like math. So even we are all different by this neuron. Even Einstein, you have the same brain, but he was very, very intelligent,
Very strange.
right? Yeah. That's why in the world in 2014, when Obama was the president of US, he announced that the biggest project in the world would be the brain science. Because for two reasons. First thing is because all of a sudden people have started talking about artificial intelligence. Because artificial intelligence is one of the domains अभी आप जितने भी डोमेन आप देख रहे हैं, जितना भी इंटेलिजेंट डोमेन, रोबोटिक, बिग डेटा, cognitive computing, computer vision, everything. One word is common for the intelligence. Second, another problem is in the healthcare. जितना भी health related problems है, सबसे devastating problem है, सबसे challenging problem है anything related to the neuron. ये कोविड जो हम देख रहे हैं ना, दिस इज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. ये वैक्सीन के जल्दी नहीं आ पाया, बट वैक्सीन विल कम एंड विल स्टे, जस्ट लाइक यू नो मेनी अदर पोलियो एंड मेनी आया था, उसके लिए वैक्सीन निकल गया, राइट. बट जो प्रॉब्लम न्यूरॉन रिलेटेड है, until now there is no medication, like you know epilepsy, Parkinson's, autism, Alzheimer's, all this disease there अभी तक कुछ मेडिसिन नहीं. तो इसीलिए from the point of health point of view, as well as from engineering point of view, एक ही चीज कॉमन है, ये है इसमें न्यूरॉन और इंटेलिजेंस दो चीज है. That's why Obama announced that the next frontier would be the brain science. We need to understand how the brain works so that we can take lead both in health and engineering. So वही ब्रेन की थोड़ा सा भी बताऊंगा, ज्यादा नहीं. Very good. Thank you. हाँ क्या? Full discussion. Okay, so then when I started, then I end up, कहाँ मैंने end up को आपने बताया ना neuroscience में, right? So just like in the computer vision, just like I presented to you that how I'll give a knowledge to a machine to understand, right? So first question came to our mind: do we know that how, as a human being, we recognize this world? How we see this world? Is it intelligent? Is it a pen? Is it a projector? How I know, right? Somebody taught me. Or the question is how my brain learn all these concepts. So one idea came to our mind that these people research kya, and we found that there is no research. Why? Now, if you want to do research, कैसे करना होगा? Let's say if I want to understand हमारा brain कैसे सीखता है, ये bottle है, ये flower है, how it learns. Then what I have to do? I have to do research on a newborn baby. एक baby आज पैदा हुआ, right? And I started doing the research. Then most probably I can get some answer. But we found that there is no research on this domain. Why? What was the reason? First thing is, कि छोटा सा बेबी है, आज ही जन्म हुआ, और दूसरे, I mean, will they understand what you are going to do? नहीं ना, तो cooperate भी नहीं करेंगे. So first thing is, you people do research, you will not get the reliable data. Second is, no ethical committee will allow you to do research on the baby. If they are baby, even for the adult also. When I do research in IIT, I have to take many ethical committee approval, right? That's why there is no data on it. Nobody knows that how we are, I mean, we learn all the things. So one idea came to our mind that is it possible. Let's say, किसी ने by God, अंधा है, right? And now he's already 20 years old. And if we will restore sight to this person, then most probably, or let's say magic कर दिया, let's say I am born. नहीं ये सार को मैं लेता हूँ, राइट? ये आपके सार है, राइट? ये मेरा सब्जेक्ट है. जैसे ही वन ब्लाइंड बचपन से कुछ नहीं देखा अभी तक, राइट? एंड यू नो इन इंडिया में हमें बहुत मंत्र तंत्र भी आता है. मैंने एक मंत्र किया एंड आज ही इज एबल टू सी. ऑल ऑफ सडन 20 साल तक नहीं देखा था, अभी ही कैन सी. एंड नाउ बीइंग एन एडल्ट, राइट? अभी नाउ आई कैन डू एक्सपेरिमेंट ऑन हिम एंड एक्सपेरिमेंट प्रॉब्लम मिल जाएगा एंड ऑल्सो ही अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू डू, सो ही विल कोऑपरेट, राइट? So this kind of an idea हमारे दिमाग में आया 15-20 years back, right? Is it possible? Then we started understanding about the scientific advancement in this domain. हमने सोचा कि is it possible in the blindness? फिर हमने कहा इंडिया में this is a big problem. Just like here I'm showing you, 1 in every 100 are blind one time. Not only the blind, even the visual acuity is very very poor, right? But you will be surprised to see. Next. ये जो the childhood ये blindness है in India में it's very huge and you will be surprised to know world में जितना blindness है, India is the home for nearly 50% blind population in the whole world. You must be thinking, I mean, you must imagine how big the problem is, right? And all these are the problems of the childhood blindness. It's also corneal scaring. If there is any injury in the cornea, they will get blind. Cataract. You must have heard मोतियाबिंद सुना होगा ना? ये old age में होता है. But by birth also होता है. If by birth the motiabind will come, also children will be blind. Third is retinal dystrophy. when the retina gets detached. Okay, also they cannot see. Infections, you know that in India, 80% people live in the villages where there is no proper medical facility. Even many child they get birth in a normal setting. घर में कहीं भी हो जाता है, right? So infection का chances बहुत होता है. And third, fourthly, congenital rubella syndrome. Even mothers could get vaccinated when they are pregnant, and many mothers they even don't go to the hospital, even get to दूर का बात है, right? So ये rubella जो virus है, that also makes children blind. That's why India में बहुत blindness है इसलिए. And out of all this blindness, 40% blindness can be prevented. ठीक हो सकता है. Okay, but due to the lack of knowledge, lack of science, lack of infrastructure, we are not able to restore the sight to the children, right? Okay, so ये जो those who born blind, they're very difficult time in their life. The blind those who born, the lifespan is 15 years less compared to the normal counterpart. ये blind बच्चे पैदा होते हैं ना, तो 15 साल उनका एज कम हो जाता है compared to the normal counterpart. Childhood mortality is very high. Many blind children, those who take birth, they don't get a chance to see their next birthday. That means they die, and that's why the blind they don't get the right kind of education. That's why the employment perspective is also very well. And for this reason, we always lose. Around $10 billion every year. India ka ye loss, big loss, right? So the question is it possible to treat this kind of children? It's possible, right? Next. So when we came up with this idea that okay, let's say the idea which we are talking about with respect to engineering, or if अंधे बच्चे को आप pick कर पाए, then this is a big thing, right? And then what we found, these are the two gentlemen that got Nobel Prize in 1981. They are the professors from Harvard University, okay? And उन्होंने बहुत सारे research किया on kittens की ऊपर research किया. उन्होंने क्या देखा कि let's say just my birth, let's say आज में मेरा birth आज हुआ, and you put me in a dark room, right? मैंने कुछ देखा ही नहीं, मुझे dark room में रख दिया आज से, और मुझे उसी के अंदर खाना मिला के मैंने सब कुछ, but I am not allowed to see it. And this दिन के बाद you will bring me to the lighted part of this world. By that time, I'll lose this ability. Means throughout my life I won't be able to see. इसका मतलब है ब्रेन में जो न्यूरॉन होता है ना, they start get specializing for different tasks. Let's say audition, vision, touch. वही first few days में. And if somebody is deprived of that kind of thing, then they won't be able to get that. So उनका ये research था, तो यही हमारा एक clue था. So what we found, उनका जितना भी research था, they are all on animals. So the question is, what about humans, right? And based on the hypothesis, ये medical science में बहुत बड़ा hypothesis है. इसको कहते हैं critical period for sensory development. Critical period means कौन सा period हमारे life के लिए develop मतलब बहुत important है, जिसके time के अंदर वही सारी चीज develop होता है, right? Then when we got the job, then most probably there is some ray of hope, right? And we took it as a challenge. And that time I got this offer, I need to do my PhD on this area to understand whether blind can see or not, and if they can see, how they can see, right? And when we started this work, we are criticized by the whole world. The whole world asked us, how come you can think? I'm talking the world, even the end, also they criticize us that how come we think that is possible? The whole world also thought in the same way. But we are thinking, no, what we think, maybe there is some way we can do it. And then we started one project. I don't know. Yes. So this is one. This is the project which is humanitarian nature and scientific also. So you must have seen, हम जो research करते हैं, many times we don't know हमारा research कैसे help होगा scientific, right? So this is one of the very good examples. And even Obama, when he was the president, he mentioned in one of his speech that this is one of the best projects in the world, जहाँ science and humanity or our society, they are moving forward to each other, right? So here we restore sight to the blind, in a blind or born blind, we try to restore sight to them. In the same time, we get enough opportunity to understand the human brain, which is helping to advance the medical science. In the same time, those findings also giving us clue to advance the domain of AI, right? I'll just give one or two examples in this domain. Yes, the project name is called Project Prakash. If you Google about this project, you get it. And our registered office, this is now a non-profit trust in Delhi. It's Vikaspur is our main office. It is headquartered in Swab Charity Eye Hospital in Daryaganj. Daryaganj में Swab Charity Eye Hospital जो है, वही हमारा research होता है. And Prakash means, you know, in Sanskrit, light. To bring light in the life of the blind, that's why called Prakash. So in this project, we do all this kind of activity: outreach, treatment, research, education. This is headquartered in Delhi, but we have a big team. They used to go to different parts of India, and mostly adjacent states around Delhi. And हम सारे बच्चों को screen करते हैं, जिनको हमें लगता है कि we can justify to them, we bring them to Delhi, and we provide them free of cost surgery. We spend more than lakhs for each PhD because we do research, because we need to make sure that we are doing the right kind of things, so that we can try to understand how this is happening, right? So we do all this free of cost. There, when we come, and these are not by any government of India organization funding. We raise the funding. Many people donate us. Even the school children, they try to raise the funding for their treatments because they are very, very poor, and their education, because those who are blind, when they don't been to school. So let's say हमने उनको आज रोशनी दे दिया. What do we do next, right? So it is our job to bring them to the mainstream society. So okay, this is the treatment part. I'm just showing you. So we do some kind of treatment, and you can see here, this is just 8 years old, and this is 22 years old. But the question is whether they can see or not. According to this hypothesis, Nobel Prize winning hypothesis, they might not see. But we found that yes, they can see, and we do many experiments. This is called the imaging. This is one imaging. We try to take the brain images, and then we process the images to find out how the brain is learning. Okay, and then with doing this, I mean, we have restored sight to more than 700 blinds in India. So you are blind, but now they can see just like you are. So they are the subset of the children, and at the same time, they provide us enough opportunity to study or to do research. So here, when I'm talking about, let's say, face recognition, you know, face recognition is another very big problem. You know, nowadays the camera they can recognize face, right? In the surveillance, I mean, it's being used for the surveillance, safety, security, many different purposes it's being used. So the question is, how we learn this ability? How I recognize the face? Because face is one of the most complex objects in this universe, right? Because you see, everybody has two eyes, one nose. Okay, but still, we have, I mean, very difficult. I mean, we all are not same, different, right? So the question is how we recognize. After the birth, the child look at the mom, right? And many researchers say that we are born with this ability, right? That means we are born with this face concept. So is it true? Is it true, or I mean, what is the process of learning? What is the neural process of learning? So here, I'll just compare two things. One is the natural learning and artificial intelligence. So this is the picture I'm showing you. This is how the vision develops in a child, right? So this is newborn baby. This is just 1 week or 4 weeks, whatever I've written. You can see 6 weeks, 3 months. This is how we start. So the child born with this kind of activity, they cannot see. Child is one kind of blind. You can compare this like a blind person. They can see only this blurred picture. And slowly with the time, they get this clear person. Okay. In terms of equity, equalizing color. So you can see here, initially there is no color, right? And slowly they are getting this development. So here, this is the question that how, let's say, if I am making a computer vision system, how I train my model or how I create a model about the different kind of color or the object or the texture. So these are all very important questions of the science. Even those who are working the AI, we don't know. Let's say in the AI market, people what they do, they take this object, train the network, and classify. This is what they mean by AI, right? But again, I'm telling you, those who are interested in AI or try to understand the fundamental mechanism. Right? Don't do just like the traditional way the people do. ये image आ गया, ये classify करो, ये करो. These are not actually the AI. These are random kind of things, right? So here, again, I'm just showing you the eye picture. I know that we are running sort of time. So that's why maybe I don't know whether I can cover two important things, but at least one I'll cover. So here you can see I'm just showing you this is how the eye see. So this is your eye, right? This is called the cornea, the front part of our eye called the cornea. The back part is called the retina. Back part. And this is the most important part. So the rays of light comes here and it passes through different layer. This is a fluid kind of layer, excess humor, and this is a lens, and then it projects the this arc over our retina, right? This is retina, and this is a disc called the optic disc. And through this disc, all this neural information, the light energy will be converted to the neural energy, and this neural energy will pass through this optic nerve, and it will go to the brain, and finally we are able to see. So here there is a structure called the fovea. Fovea, this is the point where all our rods and cones are there. You know rods and cones,
Yes, sir.
cones is responsible for our color, right? And rod, night vision. This is na? Very good. So ये जो phobia है, this is just like 1 degree. Let's say if I'll hold my hand like this, and if I'll measure how much angle it's getting, it's 2 degree angle around. So the phobia part is just 1 degree of it, right? And this area where it's reaching cone is the color information it gives. So okay, I'm not going to details this time. Just showing you this thing. So this is how the cones looks like. So what happens? This is the cone. In the newborn baby, the cones are like this, but in the adult, the cones are like this. You can see the newborn, the cones are very less and very big in structure. But with the age, they become tightly packed, right? And then right? That's why that's why the equity is very less. When the color perception is very less in the baby, but slowly it improves, right? So let's say when I'm without having this knowledge, why the science is the precursor. I'm correcting you by the title of my talk. Why you need to understand the science? Because let's say I don't understand science. Let's say ESRB, let's say AI में research कर रहे हैं, right? मैं उनको पूछूंगा कि आप ये जो color object को कैसे train करते हैं? हाँ, it is not a very difficult task. मैंने color को picture ले लिया, उसको पता है ये color का picture ये सीख लो, ये करो, and when I'll give the test images, then it will tell me, right? But we don't know it's a human being because we are the most intelligent being. How we perceive this thing, how the things are happening in our brain, we need to understand. So here, okay. So let me go to that one. I'll not let me see if I'll get time, then I'll come over here. So what we did, so let's say these are my objects. I took some of the objects are color and some are grayscale, right? These are grayscale images and these are color images. So the question is, how does our recognition ability change when we go from color to grayscale images? So if I'll show you this kind of images to tell me which are the gray and color, this is a control. Control means like you. Let's say if I'll show you some color and grayscale, both images you can recognize here. That's why you can see here, let's say both are fine. I mean, almost 100%, right? But in the subjects, the blind children, those who have not seen anything, and then we give them the light to see or we allow them to see, उनका हमने ये देखा. So इसका एक trend we found. What we found? They are very good in color, but grayscale picture they cannot recognize it, right? So the question is why? Why they cannot recognize the grayscale? Let's say control. Let's say for me, I can equally recognize gray and color, but they cannot recognize why. So what we found? Next. Okay, I have already told about this thing. Yeah, next. So okay, just one. Name. So here, this is I told you. This is how the newborn baby can see the image, and this is how the blind children, those who are born blind, and after the sight on set, now we can see this kind of image, right? So now we can see the color, and for these children, it's very difficult to develop other visual activity. Why this problem arises? We'll see. So this one I've written here. Why do Prakash? Prakash means the project name is called Prakash. That's why I call it Prakash. Why do Prakash children show a significant drop in performance when color information is removed? That means when I'm presenting some grayscale, why these children who are born blind, they are not able to recognize the grayscale image. So our hypothesis was starting with rich color images makes the visual system reliant on color, hence it performs poorly with grayscale images. That means, let's say now he's 20 years old, right? Now I can allow him to see. So all of a sudden, when he started seeing the visual world, he got all this color information, right? His visual, all the sensors are rich in color information. So most probably, that's why they are not able to recognize the grayscale images. So in order to understand this phenomenon, what we did, we applied some kind of artificial neural network. It's AlexNet. You must have heard the word AlexNet, deep neural network type model there. And it's AlexNet. What we did a very interesting experiment to understand. So what we did, it's not coming. No. So here you can see. Please try to understand. Here I took. मैंने ट्रेन किया मेरा नेटवर्क को. ये फर्स्ट हाफ विद कलर इमेजेस, सेकंड हाफ ट्रेनिंग इमेज को कलर इमेज. मैंने कलर इमेज से ट्रेन किया एंड कलर को टेस्ट किया. सेकंड केस में ग्रे टू ग्रे, दैट मींस ग्रे इमेज को ट्रेन, अगेन ग्रे इमेज को सेकंड ट्रेनिंग दिया, देन टेस्ट किया. थर्ड आई स्टार्टेड विद ग्रे, देन सेकंड हाफ आई स्टार्टेड विद कलर. मतलब धीरे धीरे नेटवर्क को ग्रे इमेज से सिखाया, फिर कलर इमेज दिया. एंड फोर्थ कैटेगरी है पहले color image दिया, then grayscale, right? Let's see what the network is giving me. So what I found here, this is the performance and this is the hue rotation, color का hue rotation. 0 means this is the original color, right? When I am turning with this original color, so in all these cases, color to color, gray to gray, and gray to color, all are having the nearly same level performance, right? That means when there is no change in color, there is no problem, right? But interesting comes over here. So here, in color to color, what happens? When you have the color image, I mean you train the color image, it is 0 rotation, you are getting 100%. But if you count this 0 rotation, that means you are changing the color. From the color to you are coming from the gray, then the performance is coming down, right? Then what we found? So here I am showing you when we are training with gray to gray, this color, here the performance is 100%. When we started with gray, then color, that means we are training our network with gray, then color. When I पहले gray image से सिखाया network को, फिर color image, then it is figuring the 100%, right? So this is a very interesting findings what we found, and we also observe the same thing in the babies. Babies means the focus children, those who are born blind and उन्होंने देखना शुरू किया. तो यहाँ से हमने क्या सीखा? हमने सीखा when the network is being trained with पहले मैंने grayscale image सिखाया उसको, फिर color सिखाया, the network is getting very robust, right? और ये जो बच्चे जो अंधे थे, right? और उन्होंने जब देखना शुरू किया, उन्होंने उनका सीखना सीधा शुरू हुआ color image से. That's why they when I'm expecting them to have grayscale, they are not able to recognize, right? That means that's why we are getting when I'm training with color and then gray, I'm getting this kind of performance, right? It is reducing, and which is also I observed in case of this blind children. The conclusion is human data and computational results suggest that initial experience with achromatic input is useful for reducing the reliance on color cues, and the impact is this helps explaining clinical data, provide insight into why normal development persists in the way that it does, and suggests a way to improve performance of AI system. That means from this human experimental data, we found the way the cones and rods are organized and the way the input images will come. So, bachpan se just after our birth, the cones are very big and not very tight, not matured, right? That time we got some kind of gray scale images. And slowly, the maturation happens in the cone. At the same time, we started getting many different colorful images. That's why our networks were trained in that way, right? And people use this kind of principle in the AI, then similarly also, we can create the real kind of intelligence, right? So, I think that I should not take right? Okay, now I'll stop because I have some other examples that how just doing this kind of interesting research, you can truly contribute to the domain of artificial intelligence, right? So again, I'm telling you at the end, so always try to understand the mechanism of intelligence, the science of intelligence. And if you understand the science of intelligence, most probably you can create the right kind of AI system, right? So at the end, okay. So some of our research are highlighted in New York Times, the front page of New York Times, the Hindu, then Wall Street Journal, Science Magazine. They are all top-notch scientific magazine or the news outlet in the world. Then this is a picture from my lab. So one Germany, the magazine, Geo magazine, they were covering some stories from my lab when we are working with this kind of children. The Nature, Times Magazine, Harvard MIT News, as well as the Netflix also made a documentary in our lab at IIT. So with the Netflix thing, and when we are experimenting on the human brain, that's how the blind start learning this visual world. They are covering this kind of story, right? So finally, this is what Albert Einstein said. Those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act, right? So now you know the blind can be cured, some sort of blind. So basically, there are different kind of blinds are there. So we are just curing the blinds. Those who have the connection from eye to brain is there. Just there is an opacity in front of the eye. So we are just curing that kind of blind. So if there is no pathway, then you cannot do. That is, there is no scientific advancement in this domain. But just like I mentioned to you, that you are born with cataract. So they can still see this visual world. And this is a boy, the same boy. When he came to us when he's blind, and now when you can see the different image, right? So this is the trust I run. I share the trust, and in this way, you can have the broader impact on your society, right? Not only just you can do good science, but at the same time, you can have the impact on your society. So this is one workshop I do. Recent it is going to happen at the end of this month. So if you are interested, this will be an online mode. So free of cost, I mean, you need to just register and you can attend. And the workshop will be in the evening. So I don't keep workshop in the daytime. So from 5 p.m. onwards, we will start. And this is the brain mapping and artificial intelligence, which we are talking today. So we'll talk about different technology, different tools, how the people can learn and do research, right? Maybe I have your okay. So yeah, you will type brain mapping and artificial intelligence IIT, you will get the link. Brain mapping artificial, this one, right? So this is about the brain and artificial intelligence, what I'm talking to you today. And this would be every day. I mean, 10 days it will happen in the evening. Okay, 5 to maybe 6, and then 7:30, 6 to 7:30, something like that. Every day 2 talks kind of. And here we'll talk about many different new technology which you can understand, right? So this is one. Second is parallelly also at the same time there is another talk. I mean, all the eminent scientists of India, which were in the big discussion, they will talk about, and that is on this one. So okay, this is also IIT asked me to organize, so I'm organizing. So during my workshop, I mean, nothing will overlap. In between, I'll meet. Okay. So here also, I mean, the speaker this time after this will also happen in 29th to 7th April. Okay. This is actually coming on the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, right? So that's why all the who are the Nobel laureate kind of people in India, they will deliver talk here, right? So you can register over here also. This will also start from 29th to March, right? So thank you very much for your attention. And question you can ask now. I hope you understood the concept of artificial intelligence, right?
Yes, sir.
But if somebody will ask you, have you seen AI? तो आपको बोलना कि नहीं देखा, ठीक है? बोले हाँ, I have seen, right? Yes. Please. Any question? Yes. हाँ, जोर से. और समझो, ये तुम्हारा कॉलेज है. यहाँ I am talking so loud, so you to speak loud, right? हाँ नहीं, बोलो नहीं. हाँ. ये ले लो. In neural network. Yes. You see, This is actually how the neuron works. We understood this mechanism. Then it created in mathematical form, mathematical model. This is what we are here. No. It can be useful in all the engineering applications today. What you see, ये mobile, ये सारे जो intelligence word हुआ है, यही network सारे. It has no limit in the medical domain. I mean, engineering does not, I mean, limit itself in medical science. Everything, right? So this is the concept was, I mean, from the best of the neuron world. Huh?
What are the examples of
एक तो देखो ये जो ब्रेन के अंदर जैसे तुम मुझे पूछ रहे हो राइट यू आर आस्किंग समथिंग हु इज डूइंग दिस ये ब्रेन राइट ये ब्रेन काम करना बंद कर देगा देन यू कैन नॉट टेल राइट लेट्स से जैसे आई टेल मैं बताऊंगा अरे आई कैन सी समबडी सिटिंग हियर एट द कॉर्नर आई मीन जस्ट नियर द रूम क्या सोचोगे आप लोग कि ये सार पागल हो चुके हैं राइट ये सोचोगे नहीं ये पर टेल कि हां समबडी इज हियर you feel like it अरे कोई तो नहीं है we all can see nobody is there but how come I can tell ये सारे जमीन पर एक ये दिखता है ना वो जो होता है वो दिखता नहीं है जो दिखता है वो होता नहीं है it is true I mean what we see it does not exist how our brain or our sensory system are showing us this is what we see जो लोग कहते हैं ना हम देखते हैं people कहते हैं अरे देखो मुझे ये दिख रहा है वो दिख रहा है maybe the brain showing them right this is a problem in the brain maybe the neuron is working in different way and showing this kind of concept okay let's say I am talking to you if your brain will stop giving this information I am talking to you you will see nobody here who is talking your friend will say yes sir talking something who is talking I cannot see anything this is what the brain is doing right so here the brain how the brain is doing all this beautiful orchestra in your life right this is what the scientists are trying to understand the brain कैसे कर रहा है a neuron how they fire okay so you have to understand the neural dynamics and then after understanding this we are creating a network which will do the similar kind of job in our application let's say whether in making anything intelligent जैसे Alexa हो या हो robo आजकल बहुत कुछ कर रहा है right even you heard Sophia is the most अभी recently what did she said Sophia that daddy what she said do you know I want to be mother. Can you? Yeah, Google it. This is said. Yeah, I want to be mother. Right? This is how the. Yes. Okay. तो आपके साल निकले साल निकलो जल्दी जल्दी. Yeah. Okay.
It's wise with lack of familiarity.
You should sit there. We are coming back.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Dinesh, sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, okay. Very welcome to you, sir. We are going to start in just 5 minutes, sir. By the time now.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We are now going to start the we are now going to start the session. Okay. Sir, को screen पे लेके आइए. अभी शुरू कर दूं? हाँ, शुरू कर दीजिए.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here. With immense pleasure, I welcome you back for today's special day. I hope you all have had and enjoyed the refreshments. So let's accelerate our journey by introducing the second resource person of the day, Professor Dinesh Kumar Vishwakarma. Professor Vishwakarma received a PhD degree in the field of computer vision and machine learning from Delhi Technological University, New Delhi in 2016. He is currently a professor in the Department of Information Technology, Delhi Technological University. His current research interests include computer vision, deep machine learning, sentiment analysis, fake news detection, multimedia data analysis, and crowd behavior analysis. He received Research Excellence Awards from the Delhi Technological University in the years 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. He is Associate Editor of IEEE Transactions on journals Circuit Systems for Video Technology. He is a reviewer of various journals/transactions of the ACM, IEEE, Elsevier, and Springer. He is a senior member of IEEE and a lifetime member of ISTE. He has published many research papers in various reputed ASEM, IEEE transactions, and Elsevier Springer journals. He has also been listed by Standard Stanford University in the field of Burma to address the participants through online mode on the topic human pose and sentiment analysis using deep learning.
Yes, a very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you people can listen me. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am audible. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation that you people have extended me in this particular program. So I supposed to be in the physical in this program, but due to my own health problem, I was not able to means present there. So I'm presenting in this in a physical means virtual mode. So I hope I will try to means give my means present topic very well, and you people will definitely be enjoy. I will try my best to things explain in the very simplest way. But still, if anywhere if I means anything is going to be means but I can say that because I'm having even a cold and cough, so there might be some trouble that maybe happen. So I'm saying you are very good for that if it will happen. So but still I will try to deliver my talk in the best possible way. So I'm sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible to you all. Yes, is this visible?
Yes, sir.
Please respond. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Okay. Okay. So now as introduced by the Ms. Agnaj, that the topic of my talk is a human pose and sentiment analysis using deep learning. So as we all aware that the current era of machine learning and deep learning, where many things for data analytics that we are doing. So in this talk, our major focus that would be the vision-based data, where we can have images and videos, then how we can process and how we can infer some knowledge from that data. So we will try to understand how we can do specifically for the purpose of human poses that we have, and we have also human sentiments or a human emotion. Based upon human emotion and sentiment, we will see one of the case study where we can understand that how if we have certain movies, then because movies is of a set of collection of emotions, and those emotions that can be very useful now for a hello. Yes, can you people hear me? Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Actually, so I request you people please respond me whenever I will be disconnected. So human pose, like we understand on the left side that we can see there is one of the GIF images where you can see a group of people are performing certain kind of actions, and each and every action that it leads to be some pose. So automatic understanding of the poses that will leads for the certain applications, and those applications that may be very, very useful for our real life purposes. And similarly, when we have certain emotions understanding or sentiment understanding, then we can utilize those emotion and understanding for analyzing a certain kind of movies, even web series or any kind of TV serials, all those things that we can even know that what kind of content is, whether the movie is an action movie or drama movie or horror movie, something without even asking to the person. Now in current days, what is happening when we are going to know about certain movies, class or genre, then at that time, when person watches that content, then that is going to be means analyze. But now in this one, we will see that how based upon the content we can analyze and we can understand, and that maybe specifically we have done more analysis of Indian cinema, of specifically for Bollywood movies. So, and the deep learning, that would be a tool which can be useful for analyzing such kind of data. So the background thing that is required to understand for this kind of analysis, that is the computer vision. So computer vision is nothing, it is here you can see there is a top side, there is two stream, where in this one you can see the upper side is a human vision and bottom side is a computer vision. Means in computer vision we need to have a camera, and then we have a computer, then we can analyze, and there can be images. But this can be more of inspired, the vision that is inspired a human vision, because the processing that we are going to perform based upon the concept and nature, that is a natural thing that we can say is the human vision, and which we are taking into account for analyzing and understanding such data. So here you can see that the reason behind why we are looking for the computer vision based solution, because many of the objective here we can think of which is not possible to have with other kind of approaches. Means without using computer vision, I think efficiently and effectively we can't have such analysis of means like a number of persons are moving, and now here the these vehicles are also means going, and if we are looking to have an analysis of these things, then we can even these things are possible to only have through the computer vision base. Now here you can see on the left side there is a image where a number of persons are in the classroom, and we want to know how many persons are there, who are in the scene, what they are doing. So all those things, if we are going to analyze, then we require to have a computer vision based solutions. And specifically when we are considering images and videos, that provides abundant amount of information. Any other kind of data which we have, that we can say a limited kind of information that may be available, but images and videos that has a more detail of information. And even means for some application we need to means extract some of the information, but there are certain information which can be left. And so overall understanding of images and videos, that gives us a certain means very useful applications. Like if we are going to analyze a person who is performing certain activity, so means vision based it can be easily performed, but looking for other solutions that may be complicated. But definitely computer vision based solutions is not easy. It is means affected by certain factors, and those factors are restricting its application, or even a real-time application. Still we are looking some of the applications that are in real life also, where computer vision based solutions are useful. So like here application of computer vision, we can see social distance detection, human activity recognition, traffic monitoring, crowd anomaly detection, security checking, online proctoring, and sentiment analysis. So all these applications that are very, very useful, and even for different applications, these are being used. So like here, you can see the social distancing, one of the application that is basically more required, specifically in current days, like when the corona is or a pandemic that started. So we are means the nature of this spreading of virus, that is we require to have a means to have a protection of such thing, we require to have a social distancing. So to detect the automatic distancing, now here you can see on the bottom side there's the numbers that are coming out. Those people who are at a high risk, there are the people those who are at low risk. If a person is wearing a mask, then definitely that person may be like low risk, still they are not following. So such thing analysis that can be possible, like traffic monitoring itself, another applications of a computer vision. So I will try to even these computer vision based application quickly. I will show these kind of things which you can, so that we can come up the main topic of the human pose analysis. So crowd anomalies, that also you can see here, this can be an automatic surveillance kind of system that can also build up where this crowd anomalies that may be possible to somewhere where the more crowd is gathered, and then automatic understanding that can be. In these days, people are also trying to build up a drone, and in drone inbuilt algorithms are there that can be used for the surveillance purpose that can be used. and that can tell even if there is something which is means not desirable that is going to be happen there. So like also here you have another application, security checking. So now you have seen even in many places in Delhi metro or in an airport where we are going to catch up the flight or train, then we need to have a security checking. So what are the things, what are the items that is basically used to detect in a security checking? So these are the some of the prohibited items generally we use to check. So these things we use X-ray images. So those X-ray images that can be even useful where the object can be automatically detected, and this decision can be even a automatic decision and means that can be taken. But in current days, what is happening, a policeman is sitting there and that person watches whole videos, and then they used to have a means checking whether you are carrying something or not. So that person can, human can make some mistake even sometimes. So that can also be useful. So now here online proctoring, that is also one of the means application of computer vision that has also been started, where a person is sitting in front of camera and giving some exam, etc. So the camera that we make intelligent means the camera takes your pics, and then the interface that we have with the examination, you will get even a warning, etc. that you are even if you are not properly sitting properly, and the permitted activities if you are not doing. Even sometimes there is also a provision of multimodal means information that also can be one of the vision, and there is audio. If there is some audio is going into have inside, then also it can be identified. So such applications that also are very, very important. Now the remote robotic surgery, this is another application of a computer vision based solutions where a doctor is sitting somewhere a remote place and a robotic performing a surgery based upon the instruction given by the doctor. So that application also. Now there is a IoT network for sentimental analysis. Now in these days, a lot of the governance monitoring that people are trying to have in several administrative bodies, they are trying to have a automatic way to understand whether the work is going on, whether the things are satisfactory or not. So there is one of the applications where you can see there's a class where something, some activity is going on, and that activity is like if there's a kind of happiness kind of activity is going on, so whether the people are happy or not. So such kind of monitoring that can also be done and analyzed using this IoT based network. And as I here shown the applications, those applications are definitely very, very means that may be attracting to you, but these are means having a many challenges. So the challenges that are involved: illumination variation, clutter background, and a partial and static occlusion. So illumination means in the computer vision, what happening basically, like in the morning to evening, if you can notice, then the intensity of light is varying. So even if you deploy these kind of product, so that may suffer this illumination variation, because when you are having more illumination, so sometimes object is having a more of a brighter that looks. But when this is a dark means intensity variation, intensity is low at that moment, so that challenges affecting the performance of computer vision based solutions. Clutter background is sometimes the background is complex. So to understand and interpret the meaning of that object, that maybe even means that going to be affected by the clutter background. Partial and static occlusion. Sometimes object that the interest of object is covered by another object, or it may be a permanent, or it may be even temporary. So if object is occluded by some other object, then that also creates a problem. View is another problem, like a person that can be seen from different views, and a person is seen, but the images that maybe looks different. So the person is not going to change, but the images when you are going to see, then that may be a different. So the meaning to interpret that is also one of the challenging. Moving camera, sometimes camera when you are going to capture, then camera may be moved. So these challenges are one of the main hurdle to use computer vision based solution, but there's still some of the applications like face biometric machine. Even you have seen that is a computer vision based product. We have about finger biometric machine, that is also one of the product. So many times even we have seen certain kind of barcode scanners, etc. That all are the computer vision based solutions that are being basically useful where there is some restriction. So under the restricted places, those things can be utilized. So the areas that I have shown you here, definitely in coming future, we may see such applications in real time. So why we need a automatic computer vision based solution? Because there was one of the quote, I'm quoting one of the magazine that reports that after 12 minutes of a continuous video monitoring, an operator can miss out 45% of the on-site activity. This is one of the means support that we can think of, that why we are going to have for the computer vision based solutions, because we believe that we are, even we can see all the activities, all things that are on site over the video that we can observe. But cognitive science state that this kind of things that we can miss out even after watching more time, then there are more chances to miss out the more of the information. So that's why we are looking for the automatic solution, and where we can have the machines that can identify, and machine can see the data, what is happening there, what is event. So all those things that can be realized. So now coming to the human pose. So what is a human pose? So here we can see that what is the pose. When you are going to perform any activity or any action you are going to perform, then you generate certain poses. And that poses can be in for a kind of activity. Like here, you can see that the left side, there's a person who is having their hands over the best, then person is static, that is and now here the person is that maybe in that we can say it is a kind of running activity, that maybe. So here also there is a way that is the standing, that is now here some more exercise pattern that is being done. So we have to perform, we have to make a pose, and if we can analyze automatic pose, means we analyze the poses, then we can make inference of certain things, like we can do yoga analytics, means kind of because each and every yoga pattern, if we are going to have a different kind of yoga, so you will have to perform different kind of poses, and different poses when we are going to analyze, and that leads to a certain kind of yoga pattern. So that can be done. Human poses, now here you can see it is a posture of human body which can means classified. Now the challenge here also, that can be like a posture without any object when you are going to have, then posture with object. So multiple instances that you will have to also consider, like in for the sports analytics, there is a means here the player is there, and also there is some other objects that is required to hide when you are going to analyze those things. So even in the sports analytics, that is also very useful for the human poses. So application here I have listed down certain applications, those applications that maybe are very useful for a real life applications, like a human action and activity recognition. Human action and activity recognition itself is a very vast research topic, and people are doing more research in this particular area. Even healthcare analytics, human tracking, movie and animation, virtual reality, human computer interaction, video surveillance, medical assistant, self-guiding sports analysis, etc. So now here the poses of different games that you can see that if you need to even analyze or even throw out the video, if there is a live streaming that is going on, and you need to know that even what kind of game is going to be happening there. So that thing you can identify. Even if you have that particular game, then all the poses that you can analyze, then you can generate even automatic score also, that the player that played this kind of shot, how many percentage of that. Even you have seen certain live videos that are coming over there, that is also this player generates this percentage of shot, this one. So this thing is possible when we are doing a pose analysis. So now here the pose of different activities, these are all basically a data sets that are available, and with these data set people are doing a research in this particular direction. So there's a MPI to human pose data set, which is a very big data set of these activities. but there are challenges. Again, in this one, the challenges involved in human pose estimation is that self-occlusion means a person, and now here is seated, means standing, and now the back side, this hand, if you can see on the back side, then there is some portion that is occluded, means the body part which is being occluded by himself. So that is, you can say it is a self-occlusion. Here also various kind of clothing, means there are number of the people, those who are wearing different classes. So foreground occlusion is also here, you can see there's a object that is coming out in front of this. So viewing, various viewing angle, different view variations, complex poses, self-similar part, and a nearby person. And so all these meets as a challenging problem of human pose estimation. So human pose estimation is a kind of means like a methodology through which a computer is going to analyze all those poses. So the main component that are involved in human pose estimation is that the modeling of human body. So there are three kind of basically models that are used to have. So a skeleton-based model, contour-based model, and volume-based model. So here you can see the skeleton-based model are basically formed with the joint of human joints. Means when you are going to perform, there are certain points in our body that are in motion. So those skill means the points are going to be captured, and then those points are connected through that, and then a skeleton is going to perform. Means a skeleton is going to basically generate it. So a skeleton-based model that are also used, and there are contour-based model where we can fit out the contour of whole body that can be drawn, and then that can be. Under the volume-based models, some of the models that are also useful where the virtual reality people are trying to use. So these volume-based models are used. And more detail of these things that is reported in this particular reference that we have quoted. And a skeleton-based model that I'm going to extend more of it, and one of the example even I'm going to demonstrate with the skeleton-based model, where we will see that how a human pose is determined, and there are certain issues that if happen in the poses, then that also can be detected. So these models are also known as a kinematic model and a stick figure that represents a set of joints. So now the human body has different number of joints, but we need to focus how many joints location that we will have to consider. So in a human body, generally we consider 10 to 30 joints, 10 to 30 joints, but in different research work that reports a different number. If you consider more number of joints, then definitely the skeleton that may be more complicated. If you consider this, so if it is more joints you are concerned, the more kind of close kind of representation that you can do. But if you are using less number of joints, then definitely that may be that may be far away from the actual things. So it is a simple and flexible. One of the important thing is about it, and shortcoming of this. This has also some of the shortcoming like lack of textual information, because only we are now in the skeleton-based model, we have a joint location and connected lines. We don't have any other information. Means what is the size of body, even what is the color, what is all those things, even what kind of dresses, etc. that are person. So means this is a lack of textural information that is having no width contour information of human body, but widely used for 2D and 3D pose estimation. 2D pose estimation is based upon detection of analysis and XY coordinates of human body joints. But in 3D pose estimation, there is a XYZ coordinates that used to estimate. So here the process of pose estimation, here you can see detection of key points on a human body. Looks like this. You can see the number of joints that are represented here. And based upon your own convenience that you are going to perform for research, etc., then how many joints that you will have to consider. If more joints you are going to consider, definitely this skeleton that may be complicated, but definitely that may represent close to the actual event or actual pose. But if you are going to have a less number of joints, then definitely the pose that may be of walking, that may be more looks like jogging or running. So that may be means having some more similarity. If that has more similarity, then classification of that has become a very difficult, because when we need to classify walking, jogging, and running activity differently, then we need that the poses that must be discriminative poses. So we need to have more even joints. So extraction of joints on human body and then analyze the human poses by using a deep learning and machine learning based algorithms. So here we are going to present one of the example work that is reported in the CBPR. CBPR is one of the most reputed conference in the field of machine learning and deep learning. Even I can say it is an important conference in any of the field that exists in current days, because it is having a more highest index of this particular conference. So 3D pose estimation in the videos that we are going to extend here, that work that is being done by Pavelo, etc. in 2019, that proposes a fully convolutional architecture. Fully convolutional architecture which performs a temporal convolution over 2D points, and it is also very accurate for the 3D pose prediction in videos. And so it is compatible with 2D key point detector and can be efficiently even handle large context via dilated convolution. So also we will tell what is the dilated convolution with the normal convolution. So, and compared to other 3D pose prediction in videos, such as we use other kind of also model of a deep learning that also makes the prediction, but this gives a higher accuracy. Like there is one of the recurrent neural network is RNN deep learning architecture, so higher accuracy that and simplicity as well. So that is reported. Even computational complexity and number of parameters, that also it is efficient. So now here you can see how in temporal convolution model is. Here we have a 2D key points. 2D key points here. There is one of the inbuilt device that I can say Microsoft that provides one of the camera Microsoft Kinect sensor, through which we can get the data in the form of RGB, in the form of depth, in the form of their joint location or a skeleton model. So when we get that data, then we can generate these 2D key points, and then these 2D key points here we can see that when it is going to be passed on to the temporal convolution model, then it is going to be have a represented or generated 3D poses, because with the 3D poses we can have better understanding what kind of this pose is. But in actually in 2D there is a less interpretation or less interpretation that you can do. So dilated temporal convolution captures basically a long-term information. Long-term means like you have even like this one is one of the posture, and now this one. So how this is how these are related to each other means temporal information that you can see that you can correlate with this one. So that's why this dilated temporal convolution to capture long-term information. That's why this is a kind of model that is utilized here. So the dilated convolutions are a particular form of a convolution with a sparse structure whose kernel point of the space uniformly and filled with zeros in between. So like here, if you consider a discrete kind of filter or kernel H is equal to this one, where 2 is the center point, and it can be here. Now you can see there is a 0 that has been inserted in between. So this is basically a dilation that we are doing, and in inserting of these zeros that we are basically increasing the reception field. There is one thing is that is called reception field. When we have some images over that, there is a kernel is going to be operated. So how much, what is the size of kernel? We are increasing the size of kernel, but computationally it is efficient, because when we are inserting 0, then it means there is a none of the means operation that is going to be exist over there, because the multiplication of 0, that everything is going to be 0. And mostly the in convolution process we will perform a multiplication operation, and then we are going to sum up together. So that is not going to lead any kind of computational complexity. So that's why it is used. It is basically skip computation over 0 points. So consider a 2D like a L, like a length M, then we have H of this zeros, then centered symmetrically. So here we can define like a regular convolution that you may have studied in the mathematics. This is a kind of convolution equation. So now here also there is a question that why we are going to have a convolution equation. So convolution equation that basically comes out when we are going to process any data and the system is a linear, then the operation that is going to perform over the input data that comes out, the output is similar to the convolution equation that comes out in the form. So that's why here we are saying this as a convolution equation. And now here when we are defining the dilated convolution, means inserting a zeros, and then it becomes like this one. So here a dilated convolution, D is basically operator that denotes a dilated convolution. So you can see graphically here how a 2D convolution that works. This is the bottom side is the image. Bottom side is our image. And now this you can see there's a 3x3 kernel which is dark in the color, and that is going to be moved over the image, and then we are finally getting this output image. And this is the process of convolution. And convolution process that basically includes there's a kernel size, there's a stride, there's a padding, and input and out. So when we are saying about the stride, is means now the step you can see this 3x3 is moving uniformly, one step. And if we increase this by a 2-step, means initial, then a 2-step is going to have, then at that moment it may means even the size of output image that may be a less size, and we can miss out even some kind of information. And also here this particular kernel you can see here it is a means this is having a receptive field of 3x3, and by insertion of zeros it can be increased and with the same computational cost. So, and padding is the here you can see that there is an image of 5x5. I hope this is 5x5, and there is a padding of zeros that can be performed so that the same kind of output image that we can achieve. And it will also because we are not going to have, and we are going to provide like a 5x5 and 3x3 is a kernel operator, and we perform over there. So the problem that will be the corner of the images, the boundary of the images over there may be some artifacts that will be there. And when we do this padding, then somehow we can address those things. So padding operations that may also be useful here. And now here you can see 2D dilated convolution. You can see over the same size here the zeros have been inserted. So you can see this is now becoming a size of something different, you can say 5x5, and then it is going to move. So this way the receptive field that we are going to increase, and it defines the spacing between values of kernel. And here 3x3 kernel with the dilation rate of 2 will have 5x5. So here the field of view at the same computational cost. So that is when use a wide field of view is required and can't afford multiple convolution or larger kernel. So that's why this is we perform. And through this here the dilated convolution we can obtain, means there is a way here you can see a causal convolution, then symmetrical convolution, and that can be performed. And this the data that can be where there's some temporal means information that can be a long-term dependencies that can be incorporated. So here you can see some of the result that this is the one of the result of this model that you can see there is an input video, and for that input video there's a reconstruction of a 3D pose that is being done with this one. And there are the points that you can see over there, that those are the key points basically. So this is a reconstruction of and now in this one also you can see where the player is playing a basketball, and then you can see that how this is means that particular pose in a real time, it is basically a monitor, and that can be generated. So here the experiment is basically performed on the human data set of 3.6M, and so where you can see that there's an input video, and for that there's reconstruction that is being constructed by the model, and this is the ground truth. So ground truth and actual that you can means the ground truth and reconstructed, those you can see that there is a very means a closeness that we can notice in this one. And this data set is a very vast data set, which is having even a 3.6 millions of human pose data set and consists of 11 professional actors and 6 males, 5 females, and 17 scenarios that have been also taken here. So now there is one more means data set where human evaluation, one data set, and also you can see that how this model is performing. So we can easily inform what the actor is doing. Now this one is one of the more human pose estimation for fitness purpose. This now here you can see in this one how much the means even the angle, that is a spine angle, left arm angle, or right arm angle, and all these that is performing. So everything that is being calculated, and this application, even I can say in coming future, definitely we will have some kind of app through which we can, even if we can place in front of means wherever you are performing activity or this kind of exercise, you can place the camera, and then that will calculate all those scores that whether you are performing a good or bad, or at the moment when you are going to even do anything means wrong or not a proper exercise, then that also it will report. So like here you can see decomposition of exercise into different phases. So standing, going down, bottom. So when we do this one, then we can also with this, if we break down these decomposition, then we can analyze that whether you are performing a right kind of exercise or not. So here you can see in this one, and this one here you can see the person is performing the activity, and now here you can see this is the motion, knee motion that is not regular. So it means this is the exercise that is not being permitted in this kind of way. Person will not have to perform such kind of exercise. So definitely this will lead to some kind of problem to this person. So this is about human pose analysis. Now the next part in this talk is about the sentiment analysis. So sentiment, again in the sentiment analysis, that is being performed with the different ways, because sentiment that can be expressed by different modalities. Sentiment that can be expressed by different modalities, like sometimes we can write about any object, about any entity, or about any event. We can write that whether I like or dislike or anything, that we can express our opinion. So that can be even a negative, that can be neutral, that can be a positive. Another is we can express our sentiment in terms of rating. In terms of rating, like there's a direct way 1 to 5. There's a rating that 5 is a good, and 1 is a, you can say, the worst case. So all these that you can express the sentiment. So that can be like. Another is by our face also. So here the sentiment analysis that I'm going to extend in this application is when we have emotions, our faces. With that, how this analysis that can be extended and the applications that can be useful. So the sentiment analysis that is with basically it is more emerging, and when this digital technology that is going to basically increase, and a smartphone is specifically, and a smartphone is one of the reason for means generation of such kind of data, and social media is one of the platform that provides us to generate data, or to make a comment, etc., or even online or web platforms that are also equally responsible for such kind of things to analyze. So sentimental analysis is the like a field which identify and extract the opinion, sentiment, emotion, views, attitude towards any target entity. So it is also well said by English author, a pen is mightier than sword. So like the texts are the things that we are expressing, that is even more effective than a sword sometimes, because it is when you are expressing your opinion, when you are writing anything, that is also very, very effective rather than giving your means a reaction with the kind of sword. So sentiment analysis, there is a various kind of task that is required to do in the sentiment analysis. And these are some of the preliminary information about the sentiment analysis. So where we can have like a document level, sentiment means a sentence level, aspect level, multi-domain and multimodal. In current days, more of the work that is going on in the multimodal sentiment analysis. So let us see one by one these document level. So document level sentiment classification, where you have a whole document as a primary unit, and then you can focus on one topic. So where you can categorize, basically it is a positive or negative when you have a document. And now there is a sentence label, means sentence is classified into basically a subjective or objective type. So where you can express some opinion towards some entity, and then there would be some kind of inference that can be drawn as a whether positive or negative opinion. That aspect level, where you require to have some of the feature base, means you require to extract the features, and then you need to basically classify or even generate a sentiment whether it's a positive or negative. So the advantage of possibility to capture nuisance about the object of interest. So this is when we are going to have a feature base, then there is advantage that you can capture most of the relevant information. So, and here a multi-domain sentiment analysis is also very well useful, where multiple domains such as a movie, restaurant, and digital product manually annotated data have been multi-domain means you have a expression, you have a sentence where multiple domains that are going to relate. So that way also we need to have even a sentiment analysis. Like a multi-domains, here you can see there one example. The word easy is frequently used for electronic domain to express even a positive sentiment. But while expressing negative way sentiment in a movie domain, like a ending of this movie is easy to guess. So that is another means you can say a negative way. So means two domain are going to club there, then that can be a multi-domain sentiment analysis. And now multimodal sentiment analysis, in current days, we are mostly data that we are having of a multimodal, where we have even image that is being embedded with text, and there are videos that are having audio, even we have also a text there. So means when we have multimodalities and those multimodal informations that we can use, like here you can see there is some comment that is going to place, and also we have some images. So based upon this, we are going to basically analyze about the sentiment. So sentiment classification task means generally that is having in these 5 categories. And now the application of sentiment analysis is again very that covers many of the things, like in healthcare it covers, and also where the governance that can be, how it can be improved. Again, you can take a feedback if you generate any kind of policy or going to build up any policy, and then you can take opinion or feedback of the people. Or even in online marketing, where you are going to purchase some item, then you are going to give your opinion and sentiment. Then based upon your opinion and sentiment, business can be boosted. So this has also very useful application. So like business analysis, here you can see if you purchase any product, then also you give a rating. So based upon your rating, there is a direct way of rating. So another is a indirect, where you write some comment. Then those comments can be analyzed whether you are giving a positive feedback or negative. Then that can be like a movie genre classification, where you can have a users are giving a rating about any movie. Then also it can be, but our here purpose is to have a genre, means how based upon the emotions that we have, based upon sentiments that we have, then also we can generate the genres of the movie. So here is stock market prediction, that is also can be used. Politics, that is also people have in US election different kind of now politicians are also very smart. They are also playing a very the statement they are giving sometime, that statement even they can know that how the people are taking those statements, then so that they can rectify the next speech whenever they are going to have. So that may be a very, very useful in politics, in political way. And now in healthcare also, in healthcare, when sentiment means you have even a opinion regarding any kind of person is giving any talk or anything like for any treatment, then also you can give your opinion regarding that. And human behavior prediction through computer vision, that is also the means the social sentiment analysis that can also be done. So now here emoji generation is another means sentiment. Like there are many people, those who use social media, but they don't know what kind of emoji they have to supply when someone is sharing some kind of comment with you, sometimes some of kind of images, etc. So most of them are not knowing. But is now here in the emoji generation, what is based upon your reaction, based upon your whether if you read any kind of statement or any kind of message that your friends share with you, then sometime your emotion that comes over your face. So same kind of emoji, the emoji that is required with that face, that has to be supplied, that has to be reacted, then so that a good means things that can be done, because and this is one of the means even work that is going on in this particular field of sentiment. So sentiment analysis generally an overview or the model that is a simplest way that how we can understand and how we do a sentiment analysis. So here you can see there are multiple input. Multiple input means there may be a text data, there may be images, there may be video. See, these can be multimedia data, and then we can perform data processing based upon the data. If there's a text data, then we have to perform text-based processing, where natural language processing that is required. And if we have images and videos, then we required to process, we required to do the data processing as required in the images and videos, like resizing, denoising, rescaling. So all these operations that is based upon the data that we have. And then we can extract out the features. So like if we have a text data, then we have to go for this kind of features where TF, IDF, term frequency, inverse document frequency, n-gram, words, embedding, LSTM model. And if you have images and video, then you have to go with this kind of features. And then there will be classification like happy, sad, these sentiment labels that can be generated. So here the movie genre classification that we are going to perform. This is the one of the our work that I'm going to demonstrate, where you can see one of the means the real application of a sentiment analysis for a movie genre classification, specifically for Indian cinema, as well as some of the standard data sets that also be used to check out the performance of our algorithm. So here genres are basically nothing. It was an abstract and exclusive of a movie. A trailer can be associated with multiple genres. And so what happened? We are not going to use in this one whole movie. We have collected, we have even analyzed the movie trailers, because it is a overview of the movie that gives. So induced emotions are highly subjective and prone to cognitive bias in the movie genre. So a film genre is a stylist or thematic category for motion picture based on similarities, either in narrative element, means so in the film, these are things that are basically involves. So like here types of the movie genre, which can be a comedy, which can be even action movie, which can be a romance, musical, horror, or thriller. So all these categories that can be classified, because these all categories, I believe that these has different kind of emotions and different kind of sentiments. So we need to understand which kind of sentiment is going to have a dominance in particular kind of movie. So based upon that, we can categorize that this, if there is a more of a happy scene, if there is more of laughing scene, then you can say this may be a comedy movie. If there is a more of anger scenes, then you can say there's action. So this way of understanding that we have utilized to generate the genres of the movie. So movies are composed of emotions and actions. These are different for different movie genres. That is the multimodal data. Means even there is a speech also, but we haven't utilized this speech. But speech can also be useful for analyzing a such genre. So accordingly, genre can be classified like a speech or video, both that can be used. So now here a movie as a multimodal data, when we have, then sorry, we can use these kind of, here you can see there's audio, there's a frame, there's a poster, subtitles, so all these things can be used to generate a journal. So these are the some of the phases that we can see. Here the phases is when you have a speech, then there's like a spectrogram, you have phase 2, there are all these are nothing, these are the basically certain kind of methods that are useful to extract the information basically. Even if you have text, then different kind of features that are going to useful and extracted, and you have images, so different kind of models, so that is going to useful, and then all are going to basically combine, and then multiple kind of your classifications models are used and then fuse them. In this way we can get the enhanced kind of result. So first part that we did in this work is to we generate our own data set, emotion based genre detection for Bollywood, that we call this data set emoji DV data set, where we adopted 6 kind of emotion category, namely happy, surprise, anger, sad, fear, and neutral. So these all are the we believe that in a movie these kind of emotions are there, and the prime advantage of this data set is the fact that it is a label of 5 movie genres. It means all these the movies that we use to basically make the genre, those are the 5 genres along with the 6 different type of emotions. And even such a kind of data that as such a, we do not find any kind of such data. So the trailer of movies that we have collected from even 1996 to 2020. So here are some of the key factors of the data that we have, like the digital libraries that we use: IMDb, Netflix, Hotstar, and Amazon Prime. We mostly use these digital platforms where we collected the trailers. The final trailers belongs to following genres, and those genres here you can see like action, comedy, drama, horror, romance, and thriller. So emoji data consists of roughly of itne frame corresponding to 100 Bollywood movie, and we use even to generate this OpenCV based deep learning networks, which resonate architecture that is used as a backbone to collect out the data. So here the sample of frames that you can see, because we have movie, but in the movie what we require to have emotion. So emotion is generally expressed with our faces. So we use a OpenCV based tool to extract out the faces. So there are a lot of the libraries for the face detection, so that that we use a face detector library, so that tool that we utilize to capture out the all the faces. So this is the some of the example and sample images that you can see from different movies that we have collected. And now here the advantage of using this method is facial detection is that it works for tiny faces and can handle substantial occlusion in the images. Even those frames of the video which even does not have any face, we have discarded those. So this is the deep network frameworks that we built up to identify, to find out the dominance of the emotions. So the emotions categories that you can see: happy, sad, anger, fear, and surprise. So all these neutral, basically neutral emotions that we discarded, because we can't make any kind of inference with the neutral. So that's why neutral we have discarded. And these are 5 emotions that we have taken into consideration. And then we built up here, there are 6 movie genres that we have taken, and based upon this, these all models are going to build up. Like here, I want to M6, those models are going to build up, and then we find out the probability of a different kind of basically emotions. And when the dominance that will happen, then that will leads to some kind of journal. So initially what we have here in this data set, we have a set of frames, and those frames like we denoted as like here xi in this one. This is one of the video where we used to denote this notation, and which denotes a first frame of the journal. And then what happened, the next rest of the then the set of set S that we consider, which is denoted as set of discarded frame from journal 1. And similarly, we can go for all kind of journals of 5. Then we have this set of frames. And even also we have performed a data augmentation, where we have performed there are some emotions that are less dominated. So at that time we used to have a data augmentation approaches also that we applies. So in this, to have understanding of this, we are going to club basically two kind of deep network. One is here Inception V4 that was originally built up by Sergey Itel in 2017, author of Google, and another is we have user by LSTM. So even a Inception V4 model is that basically captures more of a spatial information, and that different scale in images are enriched of spatial information. So those spatial information that we extracted, and the temporal informations we try to get with the LSTM model. So that even both temporal as well as the spatial informations both can be useful for the inference purpose. So the summarized way, the algorithm that we used to have, and so our objective is like we have an input of 6 journals, and then we have to extract the model and with the mean probability prediction of each emotion corresponding to 6 journal, and data pre-processing also be applied, and then we design and train the network, and as we have shown the architecture of the network, and when and there is a way to combine with the probability that we found, apply the softmax classifier to get the final probability predictions, because in the deep network the output layer that we have at which there is a probabilistic based prediction that we are having, and that is basically a softmax classifier. So when we train this, then the models that we have, and then we all these models M1 to M6 that we are going to connect it, and we are finding a final result. So even for the testing phase also we perform a similar kind of operation, but here there is a thing that is there is a calculate the confidence of detection of input frame, and if this crosses to above a threshold value, then we can make even some kind of inference whether that belongs to which kind of genre. So apply this prediction and predicting movie genres. So apply affect based genre where feature based basically things that we applied here. So this is the basically algorithm where we can use for the testing purpose. So data sets, there are different data sets. One is our own data sets that we generated, and there are some standard data sets, and those standard data sets also we utilize, and like LMTD9 data sets that we have used. And next one is MMTF data sets. More detail about these data sets are the Hollywood movies trailers, and this is another movie lens data set that is also enriched up with even different countries movies are there, so we have taken that into account. So we tested the performance of our model. So here there is a different variant of INLDnet Inception and LSTM network that we use. In this one only we use this A is Inception V4, means we are not using LSTM. Then we use to test the performance, and then we use by LSTM. Then we use another change that we do. This is our proposed model where we have Inception V4 model and by LSTM plus in, and then dropout. So through this way we can see that our model performance is better in comparison to other changes that we do. So this way we find even this is accuracy, training accuracy, and now here we have also training as well as the validation accuracy. And in this one we can see the losses that also we can see over a certain epoch the losses are going to be reduced. So the classification result also we have measured in terms of precision recall and F1 score. So where you can see that this kind of means a result that we achieve, and even a confusion matrix also we built up, and through that we can see that action, movie, comedy, and drama, all those how these are going to be classified and categorized. Even emotion genre mapping also we did, so that here you can see the action movie when we are going to say. So in the action movie, you can see the dominance of the probabilistic value that maybe comes out to be anger. And similarly, here you can see that in the case of comedy. So in comedy also you can see certain kind of dominance is going to be the happy. So all these means we analyze, and through this way we try to make an automatic inference of a movie, and the genre of movie that can be means make the good inference, and automatically we can analyze without watching the movie. So and also we did some visualization, and the visualization generally we perform in this one, we try to see that over the different layers, whether the information which we are going to pass on through the network, whether it gives us a discriminating things or not, whether the things that we are passing and same thing is going to be interpreted by our model or not. So here the visualizing the discriminative images regions captured by the model identify different emotion in the movie trailers that we can see. And so in this way, what I conclude in this project talk, that we have a the pose analysis and we have emotion analysis. These all most of the technical means things that are required are deep learning and machine learning based understanding, and also the application of these works that are very useful in our real life. And we hope in coming days we will have these some of the means technologies that in real time in all applications that also we have. Even a government may even to improve their working style, or in any places where we need to even we have seen that what the some of the firms they try to do, that they used to release a beta version. When the people use that version, then they give a certain feedbacks, then they try to even incorporate and strengthen the things. So with this talk, I hope you all may have some of insight about these topics. And if you have any query regarding this, so please feel free to ask. Yes, if anyone has any queries, so please feel free to ask.
Do anyone have any questions?
Any questions? No. A human pose skeleton represents the orientation of person in a graphical format. Knowing the orientation of a person opens up venues for several real-life applications, some of which were discussed greatly by Professor Dinesh Kumar Vishwakarma by such an informative session. Thank you, sir. Now I would request you all to enjoy the lunch which is being served at activity room and gather here at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks a lot.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Professor Dinesh Kumar Vishwakarma. He was supposed to come today. He was some health issue, that's why he wasn't able to come today on the physical mode. And in the very at the in the last moment, I think we have to arrange all those things, and we have the online session here with us. And it was a very fantastic session we have, because we have heard lots of about the research work of Dr. Vishwakarma. Sorry, Professor Vishwakarma, and I think I would tell everyone just go through his profile. I think he has a very vast research experience. For the past 5 years, he had been awarded as a best researcher. Right, his project is very good in vivid areas of artificial intelligence. I want to thank once again to you, sir. for accepting our
Thank you very
invitation.
much. Thank you very much. I can only through this virtual mode, what I can say, I don't know how much in the effective way that I have presented, but definitely I miss the physical talk because I used to enjoy with the physical talk. And that talk, I hope even sometime if I will get the opportunity, then definitely I will try to interact with you people. Thanks a lot for joining this talk.
Thank you, sir. This pleasure. You can have lunch now.
Professor Anubha Gupta. Professor Gupta received a BTech and MTech degree from Delhi University, India in 1991 and 1997 respectively in electronics and communication engineering. Currently, she is working as professor at IIIT Delhi. I would now request our teacher, Ms. Mansi Sood, to come forward and give a token of appreciation to Professor Anubha Gupta. It is my ardent pleasure to welcome Professor Anubha Gupta. Professor Gupta received her BTech and MTech degree from Delhi University in 1991 and 1997 respectively in electronics and communication engineering. She received her PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India in 2006 in electrical engineering. She did her second master's as a full-time student from the University of Maryland, College Park, USA from 2008 to 2010 in education. She has worked as an assistant director with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India from 1993 to 1999 and as a faculty of NSUT Delhi and IIT Hyderabad, India. Currently, she is working as professor at IIIT Delhi. She has authored more than 100 technical papers in scientific journals and conferences. She has published research papers in both engineering and education. A lot of exciting work is being taken up in her lab. Her research interests include applications of machine learning in cancer genomics, cancer imaging, biomedical signal and image processing, including fMRI, MRI, EEG, ECG, signal processing, and wavelets in deep learning. Dr. Gupta is a senior member of IEEE Signal Processing Society and a member of IEEE Women in Engineering Society. She is an associate editor of IEEE Access Journal, IEEE SPS Magazine newsletter, Frontiers in Neuroscience, and IIT Journal of Research. She is also the technical committee member of the BISP committee of IEEE SPS Society for Jan 2002 to December 2024. Now, I will request Professor Gupta to address the participants on the topic Application of AI in Healthcare Domain.
So, am I audible? Perfect. So, a very good afternoon, and I hope that I think this is the last session of your workshop, and I hope that you enjoy this session. So, I have been working in the area of signal processing, and of late I have moved to the application domains. So, largely the application domain that I am looking at is biomedical and healthcare. So, I will be talking about the work that is being taken up in my lab. So, a lot of my PhD students, interns, and research assistants work in my lab, and they have contributed largely to the work. So, this is a brief snapshot of the work that is being taken up in my lab. So, we have been working on microscopic medical image analysis. So, we are collecting data, rather taking data from the cancer department of Indian Institute of Medical Sciences. We have been collaborating with them since past 7 years. So, we are working on blood cancers. Then we are also working on cancer genomics, again in blood cancer, which is also called as a liquid tumor. So we are working on next generation sequencing data analysis, and you know that a genome consists of AGCT nucleotide sequence. So we are looking at the analysis of this sort of a data. We are also working on cancer survival analysis, cardiovascular diseases, neuroscience, signal processing for communication engineering, and a little bit of research in education. So this presentation I have prepared to give you a brief overview of what sort of where all AI or machine learning can actually help in contribute towards building solutions for healthcare. So this is my research group. Shiv has largely worked on cancer imaging problem. Akanksha and Vivek have been working on cancer genomics. Ashutosh is working on acute and cancer imaging. Sachin is a recent PhD student, and another student, Lakshay, is working on PhD signal. So I have 3 more PhD students who have recently joined the lab. So these are my collaborators. We have been working with All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Professor Ritu Gupta is a professor in laboratory and quality unit. Dr. Rohit Verma, who has specialty in neuroscience. Then Professor Mohit Gupta, the GB Pant Hospital, is a professor of cardiology. Then we are working with MAMC. We are also working with some international groups. Then IIT Delhi and IIT Hamidpur, etc., and many more collaborators. So the first work that I am going to present is about cancer survival analysis and show you the tool that we have developed using AI and machine learning. So when it comes to cancer, we all know that cancer progresses to different stages, and it's very important to diagnose the stage in which a patient is, because the doctors are able to determine then the therapy and they keep monitoring, and it also tells what is going to be the overall survival of the patient, how long the patient is going to survive, what therapy should be administered, and so on. So we have worked on multiple myeloma, and multiple myeloma is a cancer of plasma cells, which are a type of white blood cells. So we can say that it is a white blood cancer, a type of white blood cancer, and because of a particular cell type it happens. So we have recently proposed actually 2 staging systems. You can also say risk staging, or you can also say risk stratification for this type of a cancer. So the first work, which is MRS, and here we worked on very simple laboratory parameters. So simple in the sense that if you look at the here the parameters, we have considered 6 parameters, which is age of a person, hemoglobin level, calcium, beta-2n, albumin, and EGFR ratio. So this measures actually the kidney. So these are very simple parameters that are actually the laboratory parameters from the blood test. They can be easily collected. So given the fact that a lot of hospitals would suffer from the infrastructure, so this sort of if there is an efficient staging scheme that depends only on the simple parameters, then perhaps it's a very useful scenario. So there are prior to this, there were 2 cancer staging systems for this type of a cancer. The first one is ISS, and the second one is the revised ISS, which is an improved version of ISS. Revised ISS also takes into account the genetic factors, and these genetic factors require costly tests to be done. So our goal was that, can we, looking at the simple parameters, can we actually meet the or can we reach the performance which is given by revised ISS and so on? So that was largely the idea. We worked on 2 data sets. The first one is the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation data set. This is an American data set which is available publicly. And the second one was a data set that was prepared by AIMS team from the patients who registered AIMS. So this calculator is also online at my lab page, and you can just enter any value and it will also give you the risk rate. So now what is the problem here? That given 6 laboratory parameters of a number of patients, you have to actually determine what is the risk rate a person is. So I believe that students who work on machine learning, they know that we have 2 types of machine learning strategies, unsupervised and supervised. So supervised means that I already know what are the class labels, and now I am building a particular tool wherein if I had known the class labels, then I would have said that I will train a supervised classifier here who would do the risk rating. And now a patient comes with the 6 parameters, I just feed in and it will give me the risk rating. Now here the challenge is that we don't know what the class label is. One of the approach could be that I say, okay, fine, I take the class labels of ISS as the ground truth. But the idea is to build a better risk staging as compared to ISS or revised ISS, then I should not be taking those as a downgrade. Right? So now the problem is that we need to do sort of a clustering perhaps. But eventually, if I do clustering, so that means that I'll pull up all the data and then do the clustering in an unsupervised fashion. Okay, fine, it will give me the clusters. But how will it, once a new patient comes in, how would I determine to which patient this, to which group this particular patient belongs? So that means I have an unsupervised classification sort of a problem. But at the same time, I would like to build a supervised classifier. And that should also be interpreted so that the doctor trusts my risk taking. So the doctor also needs to trust, would say that, hey, you have built something. I don't know how it is classifying or saying that it belongs to this group. So there are sort of two problems. I need to do risk stratification without knowing the labels. Then I need to build sort of a system which now is predictive in nature for a new prospective patient. It should be able to predict. And third, I need to generate confidence in the doctor that yes, indeed, whatever my tool is looking at is really making sense in the medical, is in consonance with their medical knowledge, right? So how we solve the problem, and on top of that, most of the time when you work with the real data, you find that two types of problems are very common in real data sets. One, some of the entries would be missing. We call it as missing value problem. So at times you say, okay, fine, I impute filling up the values, you say it's an imputation. At times you say I impute using the median value, using the mean values, but there are advanced methods as well that you can do the imputation. So we have also worked on imputation using advanced signal processing methods. But that is the first problem that generally happens. Particularly in medical domain, doctors are not very happy if you impute the data and build your models on the imputed data. So rather so what we did here was that we kept the data which was full, which had all the values in the test data as a test data, but the data that had missing values, we kept that in the training data. And then imputed out whatever we did, but later on when we tested on the test data, that had all the values available, so that we could show the trust that yes, it is working fine on the new data. Otherwise, you could have imputed and filled any value, and that perhaps could have led to a stage which could be correct or which could be incorrect. So that is one problem. And the second problem that also happens very often with the medical data sets is that if it is, let us say, 3-class data or 2-class data, you will find most of the times data sets are imbalanced. You would have a large amount of data of one class, but a lesser amount of data in another class. So I'll come to the next one and then I'll again illustrate that this is a problem most of the time. And whenever you are building with the classifiers, I guess people know about the cost-sensitive classifiers that you need to assign more weight to the cost or the error to one of the class which has less amount of data. Okay, so what we did was that we first, so this is the AIMS data, and whatever this stratification we built, we tested it completely on the MMRF data, which is the publicly available data, so that it is trustworthy. Because on MMRF data, a lot of papers have already been published. So that means if we show the performance of our tool on this data, that would be trustworthy. So we first imputed the data with using one of our methods. We split the data into test and train. So here 33% of the data was kept separate, 354 patients. Then, so you know in medical data, for example, you would say hemoglobin more than this is normal, less than this is not normal. So those sorts of thresholds already exist for these lab parameters. But what we did was that we again looked at these lab parameters and we said that let us have our own split, because most of the time these lab parameters or these cutoffs are based on the not on Indian population but maybe Caucasian or American population. So we looked at our own methodology and we first figured out the cutoffs that actually separate the data into normal and abnormal range by a greater margin. And that we did with the help of K-adaptive means clustering. So you can see that here different terms of machine learning which pop in. Once we did that, then we ran the test of univariate Cox hazard analysis. So this is one of the standard tools which is used in reliability analysis or survival analysis, and it's sort of an exponentiated linear regression model. So using this, and it tells you which feature is having higher hazard and which is having lower hazard and so on. Once we did the ranking of the features on this univariate Cox hazard analysis, we gave the weights to each of the features depending on their ranking, and then we computed the adjacency matrix between the patients. Once we have done that, then we applied one of the methods of clustering, which is the Burt's clustering, and split the data into 3 clusters, because the domain knowledge says that there are largely 3 risk stages for this type of a cancer. Once we have done that, then we mark these patients in one group were labeled as one risk group, another label and another label. And then we said that these are the ground truth labels for me. And now I will train a supervised classifier so that I get them. So then we trained a J48 tree and figured out what are the rules for classification, and then got that those rules validated from the doctor. Do these rules really make sense that if this parameter goes in this range and this parameter goes in this range, does it imply that this person would be high risk or low risk or even? So this is how then we use their domain knowledge to do that. And then we use the MMRF data and again did the stratification. And we looked at the statistical analysis. So there are Kaplan-Meier analysis. Number of methods are there. And you can also figure out, for example, concordance index, which gives you the measure of how good the clustering is to figure out whether it has been able to successfully do the job. So this is the decision tree eventually, and this is a simple calculator. Now, if you feed in these parameters, it would immediately compute the risk label. And we found that the risk labels that we figured out using this tool were much better as compared to the revised services. So this was our first work. Then we made use of the genetic feature as well. And this is another risk-taking calculator. So in addition to these, we also considered this time high-risk cytogenetic abnormalities. And we improved the method also in the sense that this time we computed 3 different adjacency matrices. We did the clustering 3 times, then employed consensus clustering, and then on top of that, then after consensus clustering, we did the classification, and this time we found that this particular calculator is working even better than the previous calculator, which is the MRS calculator. So this work has been published in November 2021 and has been so sort of is being covered now widely, is getting the appreciation for the work. So this is on cancer survival. So now I will move to another application where we have worked on, which is the cardiac disorders. So this is one of our recent works which has been published on explainable AI decision model for ECG data of cardiac disorders. So I don't know how many students have worked on ECG signal analysis, but most of the time when we work on ECG signal analysis, like for example engineers, when they build the tools that I want to build a classifier, etc., then most of the time what we do is that we extract features which are based on heart rate. So we say that maybe I compute what is the time duration between one peak to another peak. So we call these features as heart rate variability features. You compute what is the mean rate, what is the standard deviation about the mean rate of the heart, and all those features. So there are certain time domain features and there are certain frequency domain features. So in this work, what we thought was that, but this is not how a doctor looks at a disorder or looks at the ECG signal and analyzes that. So how does a doctor look at it? The doctor looks at the ECG rhythm that is going there and then identifies where the distortion happens in the data. and then identifies that maybe the person is suffering with this particular disorder. Of course, there are certain disorders like arrhythmia, which is based on the disruption of the regular rhythm, and so their HRV features are really helpful. So here, what we did was that we took the complete ECG waveforms, and we wanted to build a classifier or a tool that could detect a particular disorder, as well as we also wanted to see the explainability of what my model has seen, and is this what a doctor would have also seen by detecting that particular disorder. So I hope problem is clear, right? So now what we did was that we took the data which is at the Fibonacci. So Fibonacci is one data set. There is a lot of ECG data is available. So this data set consists of more than 20,000 patients' data, and it is divided into 5 different disorder classes. So you can see that these are actually the super classes. We say conduction disturbance, hypertrophy, myocardial infarction, normal ECG, and SPM. So these were the 5 super classes, and in between the super classes, there were also some subclasses also. So we took this particular data set and we built a convolutional neural network based tool. And the idea was that in the CNN, because this is a deep learning model, I can feed the entire ECG wave as compared to extracting the features first and feeding those features. So what we did was that we took these data, which is already a pre-processed nice data, and then we fed it to her, and we custom designed our own CNN model. But most of the time, CNN model is applied on images. So here, what we had was 12 channel data, and we took the 10-second data, 12 channel, and 10-second each. So that was around, because it was sampled at 500 Hz, so around 5,000 samples per waveform was available to us. So this is a standard ECG wave, and we say that it consists of PQRSTU wave. And now this is a CNN architecture that we designed. So we said that because in the ECG waves, the information would be along the temporal direction, that is, as you move along the time axis, and there would be some information about which would be common across the channels as well. So this is ST, means spatio-temporal ECG. So we have first 5 temporal layers, which are actually the kernel is moving only in one direction. So if students have worked on CNN sort of an architecture, generally you have, because it is used on images, so you have 3 cross 3 or 5 cross 5 kernels which move over the images. But here we have temporal kernels. So you can see the kernel size is 1 cross 5. So that means only across one of the directions you have the weights of the filters. So these are the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are the temporal layers. Then we have one spatial layer. So whatever is the outcome which is coming from these layers, then we are feeding it to the, we are putting a kernel which is actually across the channels. And then there is a flattened layer, and then a dense layer, which is a fully connected layer. And then we have the output. So we also use dropout and all other features which are required for training and architecture. Then there is a using method which is called as a SHAP analysis, and you can apply SHAP algorithm on the trained architecture, and it gives you the interpretability of what the model has seen, based on which it is saying that it belongs to this class. So our problem was 5 class classification, 1 class was healthy and 4 were disordered state. So if you look at this particular result, this patient was suffering with right bundle branch block. This is one particular type of a disorder belonging to one of the super classes. It is most visible in the V2 lead of the ECG signal, and this is what the disorder exhibits itself. So if you look at the previous slide, this is a normal ECG wave, which is PQRST wave. So there is one peak here. Now, if you look at this disorder, after R, there is another small peak which appears here in this particular disorder. So this is not from the patient that we analyzed, but this is from the standard known literature that this is how the data in the beaten lead actually gets altered. So you can see that there is another peak alongside our peak, which is called as the N wave. So now we wanted to see whether, first of all, our data has N wave. So this is our data. You can see that this also has an N wave in the beaten lead right next to it. Now the second was that if the classifier was correctly classifying it, what did it see in the data? Did it really see this N wave as the important feature based on which it was classified? So SHAP analysis, it actually puts a highlighter on. Red highlighted regions are those that it finds are important, that it used in classification. And blue ones are the ones which it found that was not useful at all. So if you look at this zoomed portion, indeed the highlighter has been put by the SHAP algorithm on this N wave, which implies that this is what the CNN model had seen in classifying this subject as to be belonging to this class. So indeed that means that the DN model was doing the job. Now all this work is to break the myth that DN or MN works as a black box. We don't work as a black box. And I'll show you one more work where we have actually thought of how the problem should be solved, then designed the architecture in accordance with whatever the doctor says that this should be there in. And that's how we have built the architecture. So even this idea was that we didn't want to use the HRV feature, but wanted to build something that is how the doctors see and analyze the signals. So this work has recently been published, and we have also deployed this tool as a web app, and this is also available at my lab page. And where doctors can also use the tool, and they can put in, and it puts the highlighter wherever it thinks that this is the important thing that I have seen to classify it into this class. So this is another patient's data, and again this person is suffering with inferior myocardial infarction. And this is visible in lead 3 and area lead. And this is how the distorted waves look like. And this is what was, if you see that these regions are there in the altered waves also, and where the SHAP is actually putting the highlighters. So we also work, as I said, that we are working with GB Pant Hospital. And during COVID, we collected a lot of data of healthcare workers, and we wanted to see whether they, because of their continuous day and night working hours, are they really feeling stressed, or and is the stress reflecting in their ECG rates or not? Because most often you will find that perhaps they have got stress and they're reporting that they are stressed, but at that time they are not suffering with any disorder, heart disorder, but over a prolonged period of time, if the person stays in stress, then maybe eventually it leads to a heart disorder. So this was the data that we collected of healthcare workers, and we called them as frontline workers, second line workers, and so on. And we did the analysis on whether they are stressed or not. We used both types of machine learning methods. So we asked them to fill a questionnaire, which is called as a mini Z questionnaire, on which, based on the marks on that questionnaire, you figure out whether the person is stressed or not. And then we build both types of models, traditional machine learning based models, as well as deep learning based models, to figure out whether the person is satisfied or is actually stressed. And we could, fortunately, actually figure out, indeed, people who are claiming that they are stressed, indeed they are using their ECG, we could tell that indeed they are stressed. They belong to a different class as compared to the healthy or the satisfied. So, so here we, in the traditional analysis, as I said, traditional machine learning analysis is largely based on HRV analysis. So we extracted HRV features, both frequency domain and time domain. And these are the traditional classifiers, random forest, extra T, etc. And we looked at which of the classifiers is doing the good job, looked at accuracy, F1, AUC, sensitivity, etc. So now I switch to the cancer microscopic imaging work. So I think I have been putting a lot of my time into this work since past 7 years. So we have worked on two types of blood cancers. One is the B type blood cancer, which is called as BALL, B lineage acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and second one is multiple myeloma. So both of these cancers are actually white blood cancers. The first one is caused by B type cells, and the second one is caused by plasma cells. So traditionally, how the doctors would figure out whether a person is suffering with cancer or not. So if it is blood cancer, what they do is that let's say a clinician has suspected that the person looks like the person has cancer, would send him to the lab. The pathologist would take the peripheral blood from your hand, etc., and then will make a slide of that and put it under the microscope. Now, cancer implies that it leads to unrestricted growth of a particular type of cell. So, if it is, let us say, BAL, so that means B type cells would grow so much in numbers that under the microscope on the slide there would be huge number of cells of a particular type. So, the moment doctor figures out that maybe this particular cell type has increased in numbers beyond what is expected of a normal person, they know immediately that the person is suffering with cancer. Now, this we call as the baseline analysis. The person is not administered any therapy for cancer and is now initially suffering with full-blown cancer and hence get detected. But the cell type under the microscope, the doctor cannot say which cell is actually a healthy cell and which cell is a cancer cell. So just by the domain knowledge says that looking at the numbers only, they would be able to tell that the person is having cancer. Now let us say chemotherapy is also being administered now, 4 or 5 chemo has been given. Now the doctor needs to take a call, should I give one additional chemo or should I say you're okay and you can go back? Now both the things are critical. If it is a child or an old person, sometimes the chemo is also not easily adjusted by the person, may be little. And if the cancer is remaining there and they give less amount of chemo and say, okay, fine, you go home, the person may relapse with the cancer. And cancer in particular has a difficulty in the sense that it is very heterogeneous, and next time maybe you see some other types of mutations occurring in the genes of the person, and now it would again grow fully and may prove little in the relapse. So since doctor cannot recognize whether a cell is healthy or cancer under the microscope, so that implies once the chemo is given and the number of cancer cells goes down, they cannot now use the basic microscopy technique to figure out whether the person has cancer. Then they use a flow cytometry method, which is a very costly it also is a costly test because the reagent cost is also very high and it requires skilled background. So you won't see that the cancer detection method is available in any lab. So it will be available only in the specialized hospitals who can run this. So the idea here was that can we make use of image processing methods and build a diagnostic tool that can recognize that this particular cell type is healthy of cancer in nature, and if it can be done, then maybe it can be, it really leads to that state, then that means that under digital pathology we can have a diagnostic tool that can be deployed. So this is the basic idea of running this sort of a work. So, so what we have done here is that the data was collected from the slides were prepared from bone marrow aspirate as well as from the peripheral blood, and these slides were then pictured by the camera which is fixed on the microscope, and those collected images were then given to us to analyze. So if you look at, so these are some sample images for multiple myeloma. Now this particular problem statement suffers with challenges at multiple stages. So first of all, if you look at these 3 different images, so these are the cells of interest. So if you look at these 3 images, you will find that the background is actually different in all the 3 images. So what happens that from one batch to another batch, when even the chemical changes, the same chemical changes, the color contrast of the slides actually change, and hence the color contrast on the images also change. Now, since segmentation as well as classification would be dependent on color, so that implies that if I have made a tool which is built up on a certain color contrast, it's going to fail on the prospective any subject's data it will choose. So we call it as the stain color variation, which you see here. The second challenge is if you look at the cells now, because there are multiple cells and each cell needs to be counted because they would like to figure out what percentage of healthy cells are there and what percentage of cancer cells are there. And it could be one healthy cell which is actually clubbed to another cancer cell. So that means the cells need to be, we call it as in computer vision and machine learning, we call it as instant segmentation. So every instance of the cell needs to be picked up. And then again, in many cells, we find that this is actually the nucleus and the cytoplasm. The cytoplasm actually diffuses with the blood. These are the cells which are the unstained cells, so maybe the RBCs. And we also are sometimes underneath my cell of interest and would also change the color contrast. So making the problem difficult for like before reaching to classification, I need to take care of the stain color variation, then do the robust segmentation, and then go to the classification so as to figure out whether the this has a cancer or not. So we conducted 2 medical imaging challenges in international conferences. The first one was conducted in IEEE ISB 2019, and this was on, we prepared over 2 years time, we prepared a curated data set of 15,000 cell images, where each cell image is actually of the size of roughly around 300 by 300. So this is the largest data set out there in the public domain. I have not come across any data set which is larger than this, which is a curated data set. And it is available publicly for any student to use. So this data set is available at TCF. We ran the challenge in IEEE ISB, which is a flagship medical imaging conference of IEEE Signal Processing Society. And its leaderboard is still open. You can actually, there is a test data is separate. You can build your model on the training data and then test on the test data and put it on the leaderboard, and it will show you the performance compared to the other teams which are there. So we are still maintaining it because of any problem. If anyone faces a problem, can just drop us a mail. We are still maintaining it. The second challenge we ran last year again in IEEE ISB, and this time we ran it on the cell segmentation. So the ALL, in ALL, the cytoplasm is very thin, and nuclei is the only largest portion that we need to segment out, and that is comparatively easier problem. But when it comes to multiple myeloma, the cytoplasm also becomes very tricky, and the segmentation problem becomes a very, very challenging problem. So here again we are maintaining the leaderboard, but most of the teams, international teams who won the challenge, they had actually used very deeper architectures and not just one architecture. In sample of deeper architecture, they used transfer learning to train those deeper architecture, fine tune on the data set, and then use the ensampling and then generated the results. So these are 4 data sets which are available, which we have rolled out over time on stain color normalization, which is SNAM data set. So this is on stain color normalization. These 2 data sets are on segmentation problem, and this one is on classification problem. We have also released one data set on EEG data set that we collected from one of the NGOs, and that is also available. It is on resilient people suffering with developmental disorder. So these are the codes. So this is the architecture that I can discuss in brief. So this is the data set on CNNC, which is on the classification problem. So we have data of around 101 subjects, and it is divided into cancer and normal class, and you can see that the class imbalance is there. So the data of cancer class is about 8,491 cell images. Compared to that, the number of images in the healthy class is only 4,000. So you can see that there is roughly around 2:1 ratio. The test data consists of 17 subjects data and has around 2500 and so images. So we built a deep learning architecture here, and again it is based on the CNN architecture. And you can see that, so we could have used already existing architecture. How much time? Time is over? Okay. So I'll just find it up.
Why cardiologists prefer operational angiography over CTM? While they have without injecting something inside the body, they can carry out the blocking levels. Why they have?
I'm never worked on angiography.
Is there any
I can't. No, I can't tell you. So this is medical knowledge. So I generally refrain from commenting anything on medical things. So even in my lab, we largely understand what they are saying so that we can understand the data. But we refrain from drawing inferences. And every time we go back to the doctors and say that this is your job to position what you are seeing.
why they rely on not rely on the ATM? Because
I just don't know.
is there any data set which can
I don't know. I never worked on angiography. Okay, so this is a CNN architecture that we used, and this was a custom design architecture. And the number of parameters in this architecture were very less as compared to what are there in the standard deep learning architectures of AlexNet, etc. And so I can skip these, right? So is there any interest in anyone? I don't know how much you guys are following because I don't know what is the level of machine learning or deep learning you guys have. I should skip, right? Okay, perfect. Very good. So this is the theory of how we have thought of, we discussed with the doctors what they see in the images. Then we thought of how to design those CNN layers. And that's how we have designed these layers. So this was all background about what we saw in the data and how we designed. But finally, this was an architecture which we called it as, it has one stain deconvolutional layer, then DCT in between here, which is also added as a CNN layer. And then we have two classifiers. This one is called as the auxiliary classifier, which is the SPM. And this is the CNN, which is going to bind the pooling and then a log softeners. So we made use of both the classifiers and then build a robust classifier, and this was the testing strategy. But eventually, this was the highest score that we got on the leaderboard with the conference, and this is our architecture where it is beating the state of the art by a huge mark. And these are the subject level things. So this was another one because the data also suffered with the class level noise. So this is also one of the problems in medical data sets. So we handled label noise in this particular work. So I'll just skip this. Again, we designed our custom design architecture. So I think I can skip this. So I can stop here. Now, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer these questions. Not related to medical.
Medical data from the hospitals like do they share?
Yeah, but
We have to request them as
so it depends, like you need to build your collaboration. So for example, we have so far, as I said that I'm working with the cancer lab there. So far we have completed 300 projects and they were funded by this.
level of college.
No. So we always reach out ourselves, and then if the funding agency says that there has to be an MOU, then there is a standard protocol there. So they already have an MOU template. They share with us, we sign, and our person sign.
Parameters like you are not medical field, let's understand how we can fix. So these parameters are told to you by the medical field because
Yeah, so we directly work, I directly work and interact with doctors. So we have our regular meetings.
So they will tell you what
So
are the
particularly, yeah, for example, if we are working with AIMS, so their staff also comes at times, works in my lab. And my PhD students also occasionally go to their labs. And
the data that you get that has missing value, that is fine. But otherwise, is it in the format which you expect, or you have to first?
no, so for example, yeah, so lot of times initially whenever you build a collaboration with a person who has never worked with you as an engineer or computational person, so it becomes hard for them, they don't understand that. So over a period of time, I think I have been able to now convince the doctors that they need to curate the data before they do this. So many a times, for example, in survival analysis, we suffered like anything, the dates were randomly done. So sometimes it was month, date, and sometimes it was date, month, and time. And we could look at the values and we were saying, no, these are not. So then they have learned over time that they
Yes, and that is the way to protect the value of coordinated.
yeah. So they need to curate the data, but over time they understand that we cannot build any model unless their data is correct. So but that depends on your mutual cooperation that you are seeing from the other. Not every doctor is very cooperative. So sometimes they have the habit of feeling with everyone like patients, that this is how to check that. But sometimes they over time they become cooperative.
The idea like the educational, like CBSE, they also share want to do research and educational regarding anything in education.
Education data per se, I am not interested. But every university has a purpose.
We'll reach out them and
No, you have your own data. If you want to, for example, work on education, your college itself has a huge amount of data. So, for example, how should the project, what sort of a project a student would be good at? So I don't know whether you get projects in every course or not, but we have like in every course that we run, we have course project is one part of that. And generally that course project, the weightage actually varies. Sometimes it is 40%, sometimes it is only 20%. So it depends on the instructor who is seeing. So one of the objectives is, for example, in machine learning course, we have around 250 enrolled. Now, so many students are there who are going to do projects, but everyone has a different caliber of working on the projects. So if you have a list of projects and you say that this is the deliverable which is expected, these are the challenges in the project, looking at the profile of the student, what do you think, what project should be allocated towards? That becomes a research. It's a very good research. Can you really solve? What are the challenges that students suffer with? You can make chatbots, you can make lots of things. Your university itself would have huge amount of data. Depending on the profile of students, you can figure out in their first year evaluations or how they're performing, which particular aspects they are weak at, where they need to be strengthened, what are the areas that you need to strengthen, because every child needs a different support system. Not every student needs the same support that we would need to others. So I would say for education, every university has huge amount of data that they can research upon. They don't need anyone else to guide them. That's a good idea. Any other question from the actual audience for whom the workshop is? Any question anyone has? So you guys are getting bored.
One more question. The mathematics part you just gave, you were saying to apply DCT. What formula we have to apply that to calculate yourself or the standard formula?
No. So particularly you can have different sorts of transform, but for particularly DCT has a number of variants. So this is one particular variant of DCT that is generally used in imaging. And so what we did was that each eigenvector of that or the basis function of that we assume that it could act as a kernel or a filter in the CNN layer. So if there were, let's say, 16 basis functions, so we had 16 filters or 16 filters there, and we initialized with those basically. So I don't remember, I think we also made that layer also tunable. Later on with the classification, it would actually alter it slightly and adjust to where it is able to sit. But the idea was that we talked to the doctor and they said use flow cytometry. Flow cytometry is based on spectroscopy. So that means it looks at the frequency pattern, although of the emitted.
Their terminology is different, your terminology.
Yeah, but how to code it? No, but still we try to make out what is that. So we thought that if they're making use of spectroscopy, then why don't we use BCD, because this is also sort of a frequency description.
Actually,
And
that's
that
the
worked
main
out.
part of the research is to identify this.
Any question? No question? Yes. From what I presented a number of this. So, see, particularly for sort of a blood cancer sort of, we are still far away from building it because we have built methods, but the validation requires costly. That's actually 1.5 crore equipment, and I'm not able to raise any funds to buy that. But otherwise, so there are umpteen number of benefits that one would like to go for this. One, as I said, flow cytometry is a costly thing, and it's only available in the specialized centers. And it's not that any technician has done it. It's the doctors themselves who run that. The reagent cost is also one-time test is around 10,000. That is what names say that it costs us. So imagine the cost which it is, right? So digital pathology, you are able to convert to a digital tool, so that means it will now be available anytime. Then, if this is a specialized test, sitting in Delhi, you can say, okay, fine, I have access to it. But sitting in a village, you don't have access to it. So you would also like that the rural population is also given equal access, because particularly cancer, if diagnosed early, but the person can be saved, otherwise survival. Then there are regions of strategic importance, difficult terrains from military or other operations, water regions. You don't have facilities. So you would like to have easy diagnostic tools that can support. That's one of the major. Second, you could see in COVID, so many doctors are also calling sick who will now do reporting. They have to go to the path lab and then do the reporting. So I know the cancer hospital at the lab at the meeting, and the doctor was saying, my whole lab, everyone is having COVID, but all of us have to take turns and do the reporting because we just can't stop it. So despite the fact that doctors had COVID, they were reporting. But if it is digitized, so that means that, so there is a whole slide scanner. Instead of taking the images, you just put the slide under the scanner and it would scan it fully. And if it is now connected to a digital diagnostic tool, so that means that would annotate, put markers and say this is the count, and then provide digitally to the person who might be sitting anywhere in the country or maybe sitting at home during these difficult times, and can do the like make the report out. That yes, the report is okay, then it goes out. Otherwise, you can also then play with the tool and change some of the annotations and then figure out. So there are lots of applications where this sort of a work is used. So computer scientists have a lot of skills these days because, for example, although I am from electronics and communication engineering, but now I am moved to more of an interdisciplinary area. So a lot of my PhD students, they have their degrees in computer science, but because IIT Delhi is very flexible, we don't have strict boundaries of the department in the can supervise any student of any department. Got you. So I don't need any co-advisor. So my student can be registered in computation biology department or a computer science department. So they have to just complete the graduation. So my students are registered in computation biology department, CSC department, EC department. So now it's an interdisciplinary age, and I think these are the best times when you can do almost anything. So times were never so good. Okay, thank you so much.
Ma'am's active research in the area of cancer-related diseases, cardiovascular disorders, etc. defines her dedication towards the betterment of society. Thank you, ma'am, for giving your valuable insights to all of us. We have been listening to eminent speakers deliberating in the areas of artificial intelligence and its growing scope in every field since morning. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues. Moving forward with the event, I take immense pleasure to cordially welcome our chief guest for the valedictory session, Professor Vasudha Bhatnagar. She did a master's in computer applications from University of Delhi in 1985. Currently, she is a professor in the Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi. I would now request our teacher in charge, Dr. Jaya Geda, to come forward and present a token of gratitude to Professor Vasudha Bhatnagar. Ma'am. I extend my hearty welcome to Professor Vasudha Bhatnagar, who did a master's in computer application from University of Delhi in 1985. She worked in the Center of Development of Telematics from 1985 to 1989 as software engineer in operating system and traffic group. Thereafter, she taught UG courses in Motilal Nehru College, University of Delhi. She completed her doctoral studies from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi in 2001. Currently, she is a professor in the Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi. Her broad area of interest is data analytics. She worked on problems related to mining of streaming data sets, projected clustering, outlier detection, classification of imbalanced data sets, classification and clustering samples, etc. Her current interests include network science, social queries, time-evolving graphs, and text analytics. Now, I would request Professor Bhatnagar to address the participants of the topic AI, the journey so far, what next? Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the department for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. Actually, earlier I had prepared the presentation as an advanced level AI talk, but yesterday I came to know that most of the participants are students, first year and second year undergraduate students. And so what I thought that I'll give you a bird's eye view of the AI landscape. So I thought I'll give you a bird's eye view of the AI landscape. So after having heard very sophisticated talks in AI about deep learning, very sophisticated and very good applications, I was going through the list. I will bring you down to the basics of AI. I hope it will be useful for you. So the Industrial Revolution took place about 450 years ago. Right? So the next industrial revolution is being caused by artificial intelligence. So the industrial revolution which took place earlier, so there all the manufacturing was done by machines. So all the hard labor which human beings were doing, so that was relegated to the manufacturing units. Now what is happening is, again, a lot of despite using very sophisticated machines, a lot of human beings have to labor has to still work. Now what is happening is, because of AI, a lot of these hard tasks are being done by machines, and we are trying to build intelligent machines which can take decisions, take up jobs, which are actually kind of luxury for human beings, right? So it is causing a next industrial revolution. So that's why you will notice there's a change in the topic, because I changed the presentation. So before building intelligent machines, we have to understand what is intelligence. Now, human intelligence itself is a very, very complex problem, right? So we do not understand fully what are the components of our intelligence, right? So if a person is knowledgeable, we say the person is intelligent. If the person learns fast, we say the person is intelligent. If the person is creative, we say the person is intelligent. And then these are some broad things, broad qualities or broad attributes which you relate to intelligence, right? But there are very small components also, which like social intelligence, emotional intelligence. So the philosophers, neuroscientists, psychologists, they have been discussing and debating the source of intelligence or the components of intelligence for centuries. But still, we have not been able to figure out what are exactly the components of intelligence. And if we from the jigsaw puzzle, if you don't even know the components, you can't fit the blocks. So you have to first know what are the components. So artificial intelligence so far, human intelligence so far is a very, very complex jigsaw puzzle. So what I'm going to do in next 45 minutes is give you an idea of a broad picture of artificial intelligence. And there are two components that are relatively better understood: knowledge and learning. So, how systems have been built using knowledge as a basis and learning as a basis, right? And then finally, we have seen that deep learning architecture. All of you must have heard of deep learning. So deep learning gives you has been a very successful way of building artificial intelligence, and uh, but we will see some of the problems that arise in deep learning. So as I said, there are two dominant ways in which artificial intelligence has been built. First, using the knowledge. Second, using the learning, right? So deep learning comes under learning. So we are going to quickly see uh, some of the ideas that have led to intelligent machines. Now, artificial intelligence as a term, it came up in mid 50s, 1950s, right? But the idea started sometime in 1950s. So all of you must have heard of Turing, right? You must have read Turing machines, right? So Alan Turing was the first person who raised the question: can we have intelligent machines? Can the machine think? So that was the question. That was a kind of philosophical question. So that gave rise to debates and discussions on how to make intelligent machines. So the area of artificial intelligence has been influenced by philosophers who have been asking questions like what is intelligence? So whenever brain gets the input, now we get the input from the sensory organs. So primarily your eyes and your ears. Of course, we have other sensory organs, but these are the primary organs. So the philosopher said when we get the inputs from our eyes and ears, and how do we recognize an object, or how do we understand what is being said? So is there some kind of processing going on in the brain? If so, if there's some kind of processing going on brain, then cognition is basically a computational process. So if it is a computational process, then it should be possible to do it in a computer. So that is how the philosophers thought. Then there have been fiction writers, right? So some of you might have heard or read the story of the Wizard of Oz. Anybody who has read that story? Anybody here? Yeah, you have read. So none of the students seem to have read. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned story. So there, what happens is there is a little girl in a state in the United States, and her house is blown away by a tornado, and the house lands up in a place which she has never been before. Right? She goes over I mean, she just tries to explore that place, tries to find how can she get home, and on the way she meets some other being. Now, one of the beings she meets is a Tin Man. So this story was written about maybe 80 years back. So 80 years back, some author thought of a man made out of tin who could do everything, who was an intelligent person, who could think, right? Who was very powerful, but he didn't his heart. That is very interesting. So if you come across, you can just Google on that. It's a very interesting story. So what I'm trying to tell you that, I mean, for long time, fiction writers have been, imagining if we can have machines which are intelligent. So some of the writers have thought of machines which are good for human beings. They help human beings, and so they create a utopian world. Some of the fiction writers have imagined machines which are evil, right? So they create a dystopian world. So now one of the evil machines, there is a author, science fiction author called Isaac Asimov. If you're a computer science student, you must gather all these things, and you'll find a lot of things. A lot of books by Isaac Asimov. So one of his book was transformed into a movie. So the Space Odyssey, right? So now in Space Odyssey, there is a mission to some other planet, and it is totally administered by a computer. Now this computer starts from the Earth. This mission starts from the Earth. The computer is regulating everything, but somewhere before the mission completes, this computer becomes a rebel, and it tries to kill all the people on board. So authors have also imagined, evil computers, right? Evil intelligence. So a lot of progress in artificial intelligence has been inspired by fiction. And then finally, neuroscientists, psychologists, philosophers, computer scientists, they all have got together in the last 70 years to build intelligent machines. So, I mean, there are a lot of components. Somehow the colors are different from what I saw on my machine. So, anyways, this is knowledge, learning, inference. So, inference means logical reasoning, right? So, from whatever knowledge you have, right, you deduce new facts. I mean, that you do all the time. And consciousness, again, consciousness that you are a human being, you are a living being. That is also, philosophers say, that is also part of intelligence, right? And then this is creativity. Probably you can't read it, even I can't read it here. So this is creativity. So these are some broad components. Broad components. There are many other components. Now, of these components, knowledge and learning, and they're connected in different ways. Because from knowledge, you learn, and when you learn, you get more knowledge, right? But you can't learn without knowledge. So knowledge and learning, they are interrelated, each help. So creativity and knowledge, right? So if you have the knowledge of a new art, then you can create new art. Right? So these are all components which are very, linked in a very complex manner. It's not easy to define those in words. So, but I'm sure all of you can understand this complex. So the goal of artificial intelligence is to create technology that allows the machines and computers to work as intelligently as human beings do. Right? And for that, what we need, the machines should be able to logically reason. They should be able to represent knowledge. So how do you represent knowledge? It's really very amazing. But all the knowledge that is stored in human brain is nothing but electrochemical signals, right? So what I'm talking, what I'm thinking, what you are hearing, what you are understanding, it all is a result of complex transmission of electrochemical signals, right? So how do we represent knowledge in a computer? So representation of knowledge is a very, very important task if you want to build intelligent machines. Then intelligent machine should be able to plan, it should be able to learn new knowledge, it should be socially intelligent. Now social intelligence again, it's very, very common these days. So when you must have heard about sentiment analysis, right? So when you take some tweets and try to find out whether the sentiment is positive or negative, then essentially you are trying to quantify the social intelligence of the group of people who wrote those tweets. And creativity. So these are the things normally which you would require to make intelligent machines. Now, as I said, the dominant paradigms are knowledge-based approach or a learning-based approach. The knowledge-based approach is called symbolic approach, right? Because knowledge can be represented as symbols in digital computer, right? So even if you think of the real world, we have all the objects that we have around us, they are nothing but symbols, right? So this is a fan. Fan is only a symbol for an object which rotates with electricity and gives you some cool air. So these are all symbols. Right? So the knowledge-based approach is based on representation of knowledge as symbols. Now, learning-based approach is called connectionism. Right? And that philosophy is called connectionism because it is based, it's inspired by the structure of human brain where the neurons are connected to each other, and we will see shortly. So, as I said, this school of thought, right? It believes the believers of this school of thought think that the knowledge is critical for reasoning and learning, right? And they focus on developing methods that can reason using logic, right? Logical reasoning. So I'm sure all of you have come across some MCQ or some competition somewhere where you do logical reasoning. And logical reasoning, when you do solve the question, right? You have certain rules in your head. You don't spell them, you don't write those rules, but you use those rules to deduce, right? So which of the four options is correct? So the reasoning is critical for knowledge-based artificial intelligence. The knowledge has to be represented using symbols, as I said, and the rules. So we have the rules in our head, but in the machine it has to be as a set of rules, a production rules, right? So those you have to store the symbols, right, in the computer, and you also have to store the rules. So this becomes the knowledge for the machine. And then these rules are used to deduce new knowledge, right? And once you are able to reason out and give your decision, you can completely explain your decision. That this was the rule, that is why I did. This was the rule, that is why I did, and so on. So if you think of a question in logical reasoning, right, we do it without even thinking. But if you think about it, you will be able to figure out the rules that you use to arrive at the correct answer, right? So knowledge-based system gave rise to what were called expert system. So this method for creating artificial intelligence was a very popular method in the 60s and 70s, right? So this knowledge base contains all the symbols and the rules, right? And this knowledge came from the domain experts, right? So, like in the talk by Professor Anupa, she was telling you that how they collected information from the doctors, right? So the doctor was the expert. Now, so if you were to build an expert system, then the doctor would be the expert. You would take all the knowledge, store it in the knowledge base. So for that means that you have to see how to represent the knowledge as symbols as well as rules, right? And then there is a inference engine. So you have rules. So once a query is asked, right? The query is asked. The system should be able to see which rules apply, right? And there will be a chain of rules, right? And finally, at the end, there would be the inference. So there is a inference engine. The non-expert user raises a query, right? So the query goes to inference engine. The inference engine picks up the knowledge from here, and then the advice is given by the expert system. So two very popular expert systems, they were very, very successful expert systems were Dendral and Mycin. So Dendral was the system which was used for determining molecular structure of organic compounds. So this was built by using complex chemistry, the domain knowledge of organic chemistry. Right. So what would happen? So the system would take the spectrogram, right? The spectrogram, the molecular masses, and other inputs, and then it would determine the structure of the compound, the molecule, right? So this Mycin system was again a very popular system, which it was used to identify the infection. So the user would give all the symptoms, right? And the rules that would have been used by a doctor, those rules were coded. So there were about 350 rules that were coded, right? And then it will, the system would tell whether the person really had infection or not, or to use this type of antibiotic. So these are the two systems. But then the question, but these systems failed. The expert systems, they were used even in industry in 70s, but later on they failed. So there were several reasons for the failure. One of the main reasons was that the knowledge that required to be coded, that was very complex, right? So people could figure out how to code this much complex knowledge. And eliciting knowledge from the domain experts was no easy task. And many times what happened, two domain experts, they differed, and because of which the expert system designer could not design the rule with consistency. And you see this happens in real life also. So if you go to a doctor, tell the same system, it is possible that the two doctors have slightly different opinions. Right? This was one of the reasons for failure. And the another reason was, so when you have knowledge and you apply the rules, you apply inference rules, you get more new rules. So new rule becomes new knowledge. Right? So as people were asking more questions, new knowledge was being generated and new rules were being added. And what happened was the number of rules became exponentially large very quickly. And when the number of rules became very large very quickly, what happened? Because ultimately you have to search, right? You have to search which rule to follow. There are so many rules, right? So the search space there was a combinatorial explosion. And because of which this system could not sustain, and ultimately they failed. Now, one more reason was, so this is because of the data management and the search was a challenge. Now, one more reason was that these expert systems were very, very narrow. Narrow in a sense that if there is a expert system for blood infection, it cannot be used for any other type of infection. So acquiring so much of knowledge, domain knowledge for every disease, creating a system, that it was found that it is not a sustainable way of creating artificial intelligence. So people started focusing on learning-based AI. So it's not that the learning-based AI started after the failure of knowledge-based AI. It's not that. Both these things, both these approaches, they were working in parallel. So both these approaches saw their ups and downs. So sometimes they found that knowledge-based systems were doing very well, and then they came across problems. They tried to overcome that problem. Similarly, similar things happened in learning-based artificial intelligence. So learning-based artificial intelligence, this school of thought believes that you don't need to have any knowledge at all. We learn only from our environment. So that is what they thought. They said, so you only need data. See, what we receive, the sensory input that we receive from our sensory organs, they are the data for the brain. Right? So they say you only require data, you don't require anything. Only thing is that you have to see how brain processes that data. How does brain associate, find out association in data? So they said that if you have large amount of data, if you have large data set, probably we can we can make a machine learn from the data set, and that when you learn, then that is knowledge. That is ultimately the knowledge. You don't need to begin with some symbols or nothing. So just try to create a machine which will take data and create a model from that, and that model will be the intelligence in the machine. So this school of thought gave rise to what we call machine learning theory. Right? So machine learning is basically taking data and designing algorithms which would learn from data. Right? And what led to so machine learning also started in 50s, right? It started in 50s, then in 60s. Some artificial intelligence researchers showed that this neural network or the perceptron cannot even distinguish exon. So all of you must have heard of exon gate, right? So probably if you go deep, you'll see if you take machine learning as an elective, then you will see that this was because of complete disinterest in machine learning in the late 60s. But then, of course, some new inventions took place, this problem was overcome, and then the machine learning again picked up. And one of the reasons that the machine learning become very popular in last 20 years is the availability of large data sets. So big data is only a jargon created by industry. What it basically means is large data sets. So contemporary intelligent systems they take large data sets. So these large huge data sets, they are fed to the machine learning algorithms, and the machine learning algorithms they create model, and this model can be used for decision making. Right? So big data, large data sets are very easily available because there are a lot of sensor networks, right? So and then retail chains, they have point of sale counters where everything goes into a central server. So all retail chains, banking and financial institutions, they generate a lot of data. The stock market generates a lot of data. Right, government organizations, healthcare organizations, images and videos on. So they're all, there's so much of data available. We really cannot even handle it and use it. So there are three categories. I'll quickly wind up. So there are three categories of machine learning algorithms. So one is the supervised algorithms. The supervised learning algorithms, they take labeled data. So this is the kind of data that you heard is being used for cancer detection. So you have the data from the image, right? You have a lot of attributes. So just think of a table which has a lot of columns. So from the image, so the numbers. So the machine cannot process image as such. Actually, image is also, it's numbers, right? So you extract some features, right? Features from the image, store them as column, and the last column is the label. The label tells you whether the cell is a diseased cell or it's a healthy cell. So such kind of data is called labeled data. So the supervised algorithms, they use labeled data. Unsupervised algorithms, they do not use labeled data. So this labels in the data, so the information, external information, whether the cell is a diseased cell or a healthy cell, this is an external information which kind of teaches the machine, right? So here, the unsupervised algorithm, they do not require any labeled data. Now, reinforcement learning is another a class of learning algorithm. It is typically used in games, right? So there the machine is given. So machine as an agent. So the game is played by agents. So the agent is given a board, and the agent is also given some rules of the game, right? And the reward and penalty. So if the agent starts and tries to reach the goal using the rules of the game. So if the correct rule is used, then if the correct rule is used and the agent gets closer to the goal, then some reward is given to him. If the agent makes a wrong decision using a wrong rule, right, and goes away from the goal, then the agent has is penalized. So the system of reward and penalty is critical in reinforcement learning algorithm. So pipeline for a classical supervised learning machine learning algorithm is you have the objects and the class. So objects are like in the previous talk, the objects were the slide, the data that was extracted from the images which were taken from the slide. Right? So those were the objects, and the class labels were healthy or a disease cell. So you have the objects and the classes. So from the object, so object is a slide, then you extract the features from the objects, right? And then this. Oh, acha. Okay. So these handcrafted features, this becomes the label training set, and this label training set is fed to the supervised learning algorithm, which creates a predictive model, right? And this model you can see the new object, right? So new object would be a slide of a patient who has just now come, who has reported the illness, right? So we do not know the class. We want to predict the class, whether the tissue taken from his body is disease or healthy, right? So you have the object which you feed you extract the same set of features, right? Same set of features, feed it to the predictive model, and this model gives you the class. So what you have done essentially, so this model is the intelligent machine, right? This model is emulating the intelligence of a pathologist, right? Who looks at the slide and checks whether the issue is diseased or not. Now, the supervised learning, as I said, the human experts provide the labels to the data. So this is the external knowledge that is provided. The algorithm learns the association in data and induces a model. Now, while it creates a model, the algorithm kind of acts as a teacher, right? So if the model makes a mistake, if the model makes a mistake, the algorithm will try to correct that model, right? So this is analogous to the teacher correcting the model, and the trained model is used for prediction, as I said. So this is how typically the data set would look. So this is the data set which I have picked up from the internet. So the thickness of the gram, the uniformity of the cell size, the uniformity of cell shape. So see, and all these are some numbers between 1 to 10, right? So you see how the image is converted to numbers, right? And the model is trained on this, and this is the column, right? So 2 is for a benign class, and 4 is for malignant class. So this is how the supervised machine learning algorithms work. There are many types of supervised machine learning algorithms. Unsupervised algorithms, they do not take labels, right? So that means there is no supervision as such. And the algorithm extracts similarities on its own. Right? The algorithm is intelligent, and the intelligence is built into the algorithm to extract the similarities. And the user has to employ knowledge to interpret the group. So what it does, so it extracts similarities and groups the data. Right? So if you have the data for 1,000 patients, right? So what the unsupervised learning algorithm will do, it will say, okay, this 540 patients or these slides, they are similar, and the remaining 460 are similar. Right? So this is what the algorithm will do for you. But then somebody has to look at those groups and check which is the set of group of disease cells, and which is the group of healthy cells. So this kind of a algorithm describes the data. It groups and then it leads it to the domain expert to describe the data. And the typical with this task is also called the clustering. So you have used the same data, but only thing is that if you are clustering, you don't give this information. You don't give the class data. So unsupervised learning works something like this: that you have all the data here, right? And the algorithm will group into two different groups. So reinforcement learning, as I said, the agent operates in an environment. So if you are playing chess, right, the chessboard becomes the environment. The way the pieces are placed on the chessboard, that is the environment. So every time you make a move, the environment changes. So anyone has played chess with computers? So many of you would have, right? Yeah. So now you understand. So this is so the program which is playing chess against you is an intelligent program. It's an intelligent model which has learned through reinforcement learning. So the agent learns to map the situation to actions using the feedback. So this has already been trained, and then you are playing with it. Okay, it has already gone through training by encountering the reward and penalty, right? And the trained model is the one that is available to you for playing the game. So it does really not require any training. Instead, the goal is given, the set of rules is given, and the rewards and penalties are present. They are embedded in the reinforcement learning algorithm. So autonomous driving and game playing, these are the main applications of reinforcement learning. Now, quickly, I just want to tell you about artificial neural networks, because this is the most dominant and popular way or algorithm for supervised learning these days. So the artificial neural network algorithm is based, is inspired from neuroscience, the way our human brain is organized. So there are about more than 100 billion, on an average 100 billion neurons are there in the human brain, and these neurons are interconnected with each other in a very complex manner. So the neuron is a cell, so it has got these dendrites, and this is the body, and these are the terminals. This the body is called axon, and these are the terminals. The neuron receives signals, so electrical signals it receives from these dendrites. So each of these dendrites is connected to the axon terminals of some other neuron. So you can just imagine that's a complex, interconnection of neurons, right? So the connection is called a synapse, right? It's called a synapse, and and the signals, they keep traveling. So like this neuron can receive signals from each of these synapses, and these are the axons of some many other neurons. And this will pass the signal to the other neurons to which it is connected. Now, artificial neuron is a mathematical function, right? So it's only a mathematical function, and some of you might have read linear algebra, right? So as a elective perhaps. So this neuron implements only a scalar product. So for this neuron, the input is coming from the synapses and the dendrites. For the artificial neuron, we supply inputs as some numbers, right? Now, so now there is for each type of input, for each input, we assign weights. Now, weight is like how important that feature is for determining the output. So, for example, like if you study 10 subjects in your first year, right? Then it is my rule. I say I will consider a student good if he is very good in algorithms, very good in data structure, very good in programming, may not be good in a database, or may not be good in architecture. So when I'm saying I consider it good when I'm giving more weight to algorithms, giving more weight to data structures, right? So that means the input that I get, right? I assign weights to that input, and then I use my own rule to determine whether this student is good or not, right? Something like similar thing happens over here. So these are the weights. So these are the features. So these are the features like we said we saw there was a cell thickness and the synapse, nucleus, cell size. Those are the features. So those are the features which are supplied here. So these are the weights. Now this is the rule, right? That is, so this is the scalar product, the dot product, and this is the rule. This is technically it's called an activation function, and this is the output. Now, a neural network, a biological neural network, a very complex connected network, and artificial neural network has got neurons as input, it has got neurons for output, and these are the processing elements. And the input signal travels this way, right? And if at the output there is an error, the error signals are transmitted backward. So this is like teaching, right? So what happens when the error signal is transmitted backward? The algorithm adjusts these weights. So this transferring this signal, error signal backward is the back. This is the key to the success of artificial neural networks. So deep learning is only an enhancement of artificial neural network. Now, in the artificial neural network, we typically, when we started, we had only one layer, but about 10 years back, yeah, it's more than 10 years back, people thought of having multiple layers. So they said, so the brain is so big, the brain has so many neurons, so probably we need to have multiple layers of neurons. So this is how a deep learning architecture looks. So where you have this is the input layer, these are the hidden layers. So I have shown a figure with a figure, but actually the successful neural networks, deep learning networks, they have up to 20 layers. And these networks are very, very successful. Many of the cancer cell predictions, they give accuracy better than a human expert would give. In many healthcare applications, like Professor Anubha had mentioned that convolution networks, right? And deep networks. So they're using these networks. So deep neural networks, they are very, very successful in creating artificial intelligence. So one very, broadly you can say the difference between machine learning and deep learning is this, that in the classical or the traditional machine learning, you need to pre-process the input, you need to extract the features, and then you need to select the features and then distinguish between the two classes. So suppose you are given images, right? You're given images of dogs and cats, then you have to, from every image, you will have to find out the features. It will figure out. So the next image that you give to the machine will tell you whether it's an image of a dog or a cat. Right? In deep learning architectures, right, all this is done by the deep learning model. So you have convolution layers which extract those features of the machine. Right? And then this is how then later on so you have first convolution layers which extract features, and then the fully connected layers, so which actually learn the way the complete model is used for classification. So deep learning has caused revolution in machine learning, very successful paradigm, but it doesn't mean that all is good. The deep learning models, they do not show fairness because the machine learning models are trained on large data sets. So many times there is biasness in the model, right? So the accountability, if the model makes a wrong decision, then who is accountable? Transparency means if the model states that this is the image of cat, why it is a cat? Can the model explain why it's calling it a cat, not a dog, right? And then there are some issues with ethics also. I'll quickly show you some of the new events that happened, and they made very big news in the world of artificial intelligence. Not only the world of AI, all over the world, among the philosophers, among the citizens, among the governments. So like this was this is not very old. So in 2019, the facial recognition. So I don't know whether if you are reading general articles and you might have heard that the face recognition systems are biased. So what is happening is most of the face recognition systems are trained on a face in the US or Europe, and where there are more samples or more instances of fair people, right? So the black or the brown people, they have lesser representation because of which the model often makes a mistake. And one which was a very embarrassing mistake was the Google. There was 2015 or 16. Google labeled two black men as gorillas. This is very, very, very embarrassing mistake. And then they found out that the reason was that the algorithm was biased. So another gender and racial bias. This is again a very recent event. So Amazon training data was for pre-2010, where there were fewer women in technology, right? So the model was trained which kind of bias for men. So for most of the jobs, Amazon was offering jobs to women, which people realized that this is a gender bias. Another again face recognition. So the problem is that if there is a self-driving machine, self-driving car, right? So will it recognize black people in dark or not? Ultimately, the machine has to recognize that there is a human being in front, right? So will it be able to recognize or not? So these kind of problems or these kind of issues are there in deep learning, which are being recognized and which are being worked upon. So this is about bias and fairness. So again, this is really very, very recent. So this 2021. So what happens when you load an image on Twitter? The Twitter crops it. There's a cropping algorithm. It crops the image and then posts it along there. So they found, people who found, right? The users who found that this cropping algorithm has a bias for white people. First thing. Second, it has bias for women rather than men. So they complained that Twitter took action. They constituted an expert committee which looked into the algorithm, and they found that there was indeed a bias of 8% in favor of women. So right, if it was cropping, if it was out of cropping in the picture, if there are many people, it had a preference for cropping face of a woman, which is not good. When you're objectifying a woman. So similar, there are a lot of other things they found, and they have corrected it. So Amazon hiring algorithm was biased, as I mentioned. So even US healthcare system was biased against Black people. Now accountability is what happens if a self-driving car hits a man, right? It kills a man. It has happened, right? In I think 2018 or 19, Uber self-driving car met with an accident where a man was killed. So who is accountable, right? Is it the person who is sitting in the car, who is not driving the car? The car is being driven by itself, by artificial intelligence. Or is it the vendor who sold the car? Or is it the creator of the artificial intelligence, like the person who collected the data, or the correct person who collected or who created the model? Who is to be blamed? Who is to be penalized? Life of course, one has to find out who is responsible for it, right? So accountability is another issue with artificial intelligence, right? And transparency can be explain the reason for a decision. So this is particularly important in applications where humans are concerned. So if a machine, if you place an application for a loan and your loan application is rejected, you can go and talk to the executive, right? And the executive will explain why your application was rejected. But if it's rejected by a machine, there is no one to go to. So I'm sure quite a few must be doing, using Uber and Ola and the online transactions, online shopping. So when you have trouble, so you only have a chat bot to chat with. It's not generally not easy to talk to a customer support executive. So you only have machines to deal with, right? So which causes dissatisfaction in human beings. So when it causes frustration in the human beings. So this is another important problem with deep learning models. And ethics, again, so it's what happens if the machine becomes so powerful, right? It becomes so intelligent that it can enslave humans. Right? Enslave humans. There were 3 rules given by Isaac Asimov, who is a fiction writer. He said, so whenever a robot is to be created, these 3 rules must be taken into account, and the robot will not cause any harm to the human being. The robot will obey the orders given by human unless it is an order to harm another human, right? And then the robot must protect itself until the situation conflicts the 2 concepts. So we have to design artificial intelligence which does not conflict with the human values. It does not conflict with the human morals. Right? So finally, I just want to give you an idea that how do we grade artificial intelligence. So there are machines. The machines which are very specific for a particular task. Right? So that kind of a intelligent machine, we say it's a narrow artificial intelligence. So currently we are at this stage, even though we have been able to make intelligent machines to detect diseases, right? Make many other decisions, but still we are in the era of narrow artificial intelligence, where a model which is trained for detecting blood cancer cannot be used for detecting, say, lung cancer. A very deep learning especially generates very narrow artificial intelligence. So if you have a system in agriculture which detects the disease of potato, it will not be able to, you cannot use that model to detect diseases, say other vegetables. So strong artificial intelligence is a general intelligence. So people say that if a machine can behave like human, right, then it is a strong artificial intelligence. So like we have general intelligence, right? Whatever we come across, that whatever problem we come across, we are able to find a solution. If we succeed, fine, right? If we don't succeed, we learn from it. And next time when we come across a similar situation, we are able to perform better. So that is the artificial general intelligence. So we are very far away. So it emulates generalized cognitive abilities. Cognitive abilities are all the abilities like what we have. So reasoning, perception, creativity, all these are the cognitive abilities. We are very far away, but the goal is to emulate the abilities, cognitive abilities of the human. And then finally, this is the ultimate where it's again a task of fiction writers. They say that when the machine will become so intelligent that they will be able to reproduce themselves, and that is the point then they can even enslave human beings. So this is also called, this situation is also called singularity. That's all. So if you have any questions, yeah, please. So do you people read general things or you only study your books? Sometimes you do. Yeah, so it's good to see so many women interested in science. The government is giving a good push so that more women enter science and all science, mathematics. I don't know, have you heard of STEM? Right. So women in STEM, government is giving a lot of push to encouragement so that more women get into mathematics, engineering, and science disciplines. And for that, you should read beyond your books. Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Rightly said by Vasudha ma'am. The next industrial revolution will be done by artificial intelligence. AI is going to change the world more than anything in the history of mankind. It is impacting the future of virtually every industry and every human being. Thank you, ma'am, for such a great and wonderful session. Now, I would request everyone to fill the feedback form which has been shared in the seminar WhatsApp group. Now, I would like to present the vote of thanks. We take this golden opportunity to thank the respected chief guest of today's session, Professor Vasudha Bhatnagar, for sparing the time from a busy schedule. I'm sure your enlightening address will help us a lot in better understanding of the concepts. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session. I, on behalf of whole SPMC family, would like to thank all the resource persons, namely Dr. Rajiv Shore from IIT Delhi, Professor Girish Nath Jha from JNU, Professor Amit Prakash Singh from GGS Indraprastha University, Professor Satish Chand from SCSS JNU, Professor Tapan Gandhi from IIT Delhi, Professor Dinesh Kumar Vishwakarma from DTU,
and Professor Anubha Gupta from IIIT Delhi. I would like to thank our Honorable Principal Professor Sadhna Sharma. It was your leadership and positive attitude that has helped us to make this event a huge success. You have fostered a sense of support and appreciation among us. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my sincere gratitude to respected teacher in charge of the department, Dr. Jaya Gera, for encouraging and supporting us throughout the event. I thank our co-convener of the event, Ms. Mansi Sood and Dr. Shweta Tyagi for conducting and coordinating this event. I sincerely thank all the teaching staff, Ms. Seema, Ms. Akansha, Mr. Manish, Mr. Lavkush, Ms. Pratibha, Ms. Sonia, Mrs. Anuradha, and Dr. Reema for the immense guidance and cooperation. The smooth conduct wouldn't be possible if our teachers were not there. Thank you, ma'am and sir. I sincerely thank all the non-teaching staff, Sarabjit sir, Johnny sir, Uday sir, and other technical members for providing us all the technical support. I thank all the fellow volunteers for working enthusiastically. Without you, this event would not be a success. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all our participants for being such a great audience. Once again, I thank one and all wholeheartedly. Thank you. You all are requested to again fill the feedback form. If not done yet, link has been shared in the WhatsApp group of the seminar. Now, I would request all the teachers to come forward for the group photograph, which would be followed by certificate distribution.